Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Our interpreters for tonight are Marta Romo Urquiles and Vanessa Peña Ramirez. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. The first item on the agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is agenda review and approval. Colleagues?
Colleagues, I'd like to remove item 2A, the makeup date, from the consent agenda and ask that we approve the agenda as amended.
There's a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, please use the same sign. Okay. The agenda as amended has been approved.
May I make a quick statement as to why that's now coming off the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, thanks to, good evening, everyone, first of all. Hot off the press today, House Bill 149 from the General Assembly. And I'll just read section 8.1 that states that all employees and contractors of public school units shall be deemed to have worked for any scheduled instructional days missed due to Hurricane Helene during the months of September 2024 and October 2024 that a public school unit has deemed completed and is not required to make up. Employees and contractors shall be compensated in the same manner that they have if they had worked on that scheduled instructional days missed. So just wanted to share that out off the press, House Bill 149 from the General Assembly.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Board of Education meeting minutes from September 12th, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes from September 12th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from September 12th, 2024?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, it has been approved 6-0. The next item on the agenda is general public comment. Before we do that, I'm going to quickly review the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Vanessa Peña Ramirez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Peña Ramirez, and I cede my time to Christy Clem.
Sorry, the next, thank you. And the next speaker is Matt Sears.
I cede my time to Matt Sears.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Matt Sears. I'm representing no one tonight, and I'm going to cede my time to Christy Clem as a favor to a fellow community member.
Thank you. Christy Clem.
Hello, I'm Christy Clem, physical therapist, DAE member, part of the classified group, friend and colleague to certified as well. So I'm here my thoughts and words, but speaking on the feeling and the experiences of all the employees that I've interacted with. I don't know, almost 12 months now, we've heard y'all say, we want to rebuild trust. We're not going to keep making these mistakes. We're going to do things better and do things different. But let's just talk about 4 things that have happened in the last few weeks that are the opposite of building trust or making us think that anything is going to be different. In the meeting a couple of weeks ago when compensation was voted on, the motion was passed that returning classified employees would get the higher of last year +3 or these new scales. It was said by somebody, I don't think the new scales are going to be higher. But in fact, employees at the time knew that the new scales were higher for some. Spark Mail comes out the next day, does not say anything about returning employees getting the higher of the 2. It just says returning employees getting last year +3. Myself, along with others, I know reached out to different departments and the board to go, hey, could this please be clarified? 0 responses. Retro pay comes out. Are returning employees paid the higher of the 2? Absolutely not. Classified employees then send emails to the departments and to the board to say, hey, I thought we got paid the higher of the 2. Some of those responses are, we'll look into that. This is the first time we've heard of it. Not true. I myself know I emailed multiple times the department and the board with no response. Next thing about lack of trust being rebuilt, all the issues with retro pay, all of them. Employees are trying to help each other figure out what's going on by looking at old scales, new scales, last year +3, email links. And then we see pay scales start to disappear from the website with no reasoning as to what's happening. Weather closure. I know I just heard what Dr. Lewis said and gave that update. But the last board meeting during the recess, the email went out that school was going to be closed for staff and students. A couple people sitting at the table up there I talked to in the hallway during the recess to say, could you please clarify? This looks like closure for both, but we're already getting principals' emails saying we need to take it as a work day. I was told in the hallway after the board meeting, it is closed for both. It is not a work day. I clarified, I can let my colleagues know this. I was told, yes, you can. Next business day, we get more emails. You need to take that as a work day or unpaid leave. Here are your options. Nothing has come out saying otherwise. That doesn't build trust. A couple of nights ago, about 10:30, I'm trying to help some colleagues figure out their pay differences looking at the scales. They're still not posted, so I have to go to the agenda site to go back to that living document that we were all excited about. Then I watched the consultant start to decrease numbers on those pay scales because it is live in Google. First, I thought I somehow changed something and made columns delete. And then I realized I'm watching numbers drop on what was voted on. Was anything changed on that document to say this has been updated? Have any employees been told that by somebody either in the cabinet or on this board? No. Schedules get reposted today. It still says adopted on 9/19. Those were not the scales that were shown on 9/19. A year of y'all telling us you're going to rebuild trust, and those are 4 examples that have happened since 9/12. I know you can't answer me now, but I don't know what you would say even if you could. Emails that I've seen from colleagues that have sent something to HR, it often takes multiple emails before they get a response. Again, DPS guidelines handbook, I think it says we have 48 hours to respond. We're going on 42 weeks sometimes and people still haven't responded. Some of those emails, I think the word gaslighting is often overused, but I don't think it is in some of these cases. They're dismissive. They come across as, well, what are you talking about? That didn't happen. What are you looking at? And please don't say, well, we've got an old system. We have DOS and we can't do projections. We're working in schools with mold, with playgrounds that are falling apart, with broken gates, but we still have to do our job. Is it ongoing carelessness and oversight? Is it intentional deceit? Is either one of those okay? I wonder why I'm up here at the podium, showing up day after day after day after day. My counselor, my personal health mental counselor that I go to way more often now than I did a year ago because of this, told me last week, you have to take care of yourself. And if you don't do something different, are you going to have to take FMLA because you are so involved and nothing is happening? You and your colleagues are fighting a systematic change that feels overwhelming. But if we don't continue to show up and fight and say something, how bad is it going to get? Can it get worse? If I was sitting on that side, I would be embarrassed. Some of the highest paid people in this district, and every person working their butt off in the schools on a day-to-day is wondering, how do they still have a job? Why do we show up? We show up for the kids. It's sure not because I have a boss that is motivating me to work hard and do the best I can, and this is a great system. We show up for the kids, and I show up for my colleagues and my coworkers who are in the trenches doing the same stuff every day for the kids. Or the cafeteria workers. Anyone acknowledging how their work is harder this year, the prep that it's taking. They've had people quit because of all the salary stuff. They're being asked to do more and more with no compensation. IAs, they're being asked to do more. IAs that used to get paid extra for taking a lead position, that's gotten taken away. ECIAs aren't really getting a supplement. It was supposed to happen with the October pay. They're not, IAs aren't getting an EC differential like some other folks in EC that aren't, but we're pretending to do things. Bus driver shortages, you're asking them to do more and more with less and less. Plenty of people on the master's pay still have a question about where they're not getting it, and they have something relevant that DPI would pay them for if it was before 2013, but because our inability to thoroughly look through and ask people that are in it for help before making decisions, they're not getting master's pay. People in EC who should be getting an EC supplement aren't getting an EC supplement because some people sitting in the higher buildings over here can't go to that department and ask for help or clarity or understanding. You have people with knowledge and want to. And it appears that we have people making decisions that maybe don't have the knowledge and don't have the want to understand. How much longer can I be at DPS? I don't know, but if I resign, it's going to be at this podium and I'm going to say, this is because of y'all. And I'm sorry, Kristen, I don't have time to cede to you.
Thank you, Christy. The next speaker is Kristen Southworth.
I'm trying to decide if I want to read my notes or not. And I think I'm going to just choose to send this all to you afterwards and use my time to speak about my own experience. So I'm the mother of 2 EC students here at DPS, and I'm also a graduate of DPS. And my mom was an EC teacher at DPS. One of the most critical factors that our school system faces right now, as many of you know, related to the discipline actions, is for our EC students. Many of them don't have teachers in the classroom. And if they are there, we can't assume that they're going to be safe. There are so many things that we can do related to restorative justice practices and all of the things that happen after there's an incident. But I really want everyone to think about what is the proactive things that we can do. One of those things is related to dyslexia. Dyslexia is in 1 of 5 students. That's 20% of our students. We don't even have 20% of our students identified. So we're missing a huge bunch of students there. And even the services that exist today, they aren't enough. I myself have to send my 2 kids half a day to a special learning school here in Durham to provide for them to be able to learn how to read. That is a privilege. And it is often said that dyslexia is the privileged disability because when it is serviced, those are our CEOs. Those are the people who are making difference, the creatives, the different thinkers, the entrepreneurs, all of those people that we want in our communities. And it costs about $500,000 more to raise a child with dyslexia. And that is because the school systems are not set up systematically to provide those services. The teachers are not given what they need for those services. So I'm here tonight to ask you all. I'm going to follow up with an email that provides a lot of great resources, and I hope that you take the time to read them and look through them and really think about the equity issues of literacy being a right and not a privilege, and the impacts of that on the school to prison pipeline that we have those issues here in our community. So that's my time, but thank you very much and welcome, Dr. Lewis. We're very excited to have you here.
Thank you, Kristen. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda items.
Move approval of the consent agenda, item B and C.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve consent agenda items B and C. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is conference updates.
Hi, all. We wanted to create space for people to share out about the professional development that we have embarked upon as a board and as individuals to improve our board work. And so the items included on today's précis include the NCSBA core training that most of us attended, our collective power in San Antonio that most of us attended, and any sharebacks that Mr. Tabb and Ms. Carter Otten might have in regards to the interlocal visit with the chamber to Minneapolis. Is there anybody that wants to get us started? Ms. Carol Goff.
I'll jump in the water. I attended both the core training and the Our Collective Power. The North Carolina School Board Association core training, what I really valued from that experience was, which is similar to what I valued from our collective power, was being able to be in the room with other school boards from North Carolina, and the things that we share, and to see that, some of the things that we deal with as a board in Durham, sometimes, this is our community and we're protecting this community, but it's good to be able to see where other districts are on some of those issues that we deal with as our own district, and then those things that we can also share across the district. So the core training was really cool. just to get my grounding as a newbie, I guess, on the board. Uh, to see how things, you know, what the status quo was. But it was also really cool to be there and to see how we can grow beyond other things. It was good to see what the guardrails are and what we can, what buttons we can push, what we can challenge. And I was able to meet some really cool people on school boards from around the state. So that was a great opportunity. Our collective power, there was some similarity there, except now here's an opportunity to things that I feel like when I think about our district, the challenges that we face and how we think about addressing those challenges and all the things that we think, you know, that are really, it's like with your family, you're thinking about it internally, to then go out. And sometimes when you're dealing with things with your family, it's really, really hard, it's challenging. You think, oh, you know, it can feel very dysfunctional, right? But then when I was in that space, me personally, I'm speaking from my own experience, when I was at Our Collective Power and I was able to see some of what other school districts are facing and dealing with and what they're battling, I realized that, you know, just like they say, every family has just a little bit, but I was really appreciating Durham Public Schools in many of those moments. And although we have our own set of dysfunction that we have to address, we have our own, you know, things that we need to push. It was good to put that in perspective with what is collective around the country in various districts. So I appreciated having those perspectives as well and opportunities to really sharpen the saw with other people who've been doing this in other parts of the country. So for me, that was the most valuable experience. We have to remember that we're not isolated in so many things, that there are certain things that are very connected. And it takes us, as we focus on our situation, working collaboratively to really do some system change work. Like we have to keep those connections so that we can move things in greater capacity and do some real systems change work. So I'll stop talking. I'm gonna step back and let somebody else step forward.
Thanks, Ms. Harold-Goff. Yes, Ms. Chavez.
Right, so I will report back on our collective power. I appreciated learning about different models, different examples of programs in different places. The one session I attended about the empowered governance model. My takeaway from that was the importance of regular data reporting to the board. And but I also attended a session on immigrant, refugee, and undocumented students, and that was very interesting to me. And a few of us attended, I believe. So one of the things was the importance of trauma-informed policy. The presenter cited that undocumented youth often have 9 or 10 ACEs. If you're familiar with the ACEs scale, there are 10 ACEs, so that is very high, a high level of experiences of trauma. And we also learned about a model for a newcomer school that I think we could bring some elements of to our work in DPS to serve newcomers, including training all staff on immigration processes and becoming more familiar with those and how they affect our students and families. Another session I attended that was very impactful was on a student advisory council model. And there was an example from California where they have a very active student advisory council that meets and actually brings policies to the board. They cited some examples from that. So that was just absolutely inspiring. And so those were some of my takeaways. I enjoyed my experience. Always good to learn from people outside of our bubble.
Thanks, Ms. Chavez. Ms. Byer.
So, thanks for allowing this space to discuss training. I was happy to join the NCSBA training. It's been a while since I've done it, and so it is always good to be refreshed on the statutes and how they have changed. It is always good to be in community with others, both to see that in rural parts of the state, our colleagues are facing challenges that we are facing here with less resources often. And I particularly appreciated the session that was led, I think it was a former Johnston County school board member who was able to be just really frank about some of the things they'd done right and some of the things they had done really wrong. I appreciated her candor in that session with us as we work to be board members who have lean into our shared values and also lean into governance. I appreciate the scholarship and the opportunity to attend our collective power. I appreciate the colleagues from around the country in a smaller setting. And frankly, today, more than anything, I'm reflecting on the finance session that several of us were in. Wondering if that consultant that led that might be someone that might be available to us in the future. Some of the things that other districts did and other state law requires is actually multi-year budgeting and projections. I thought it would be wonderful if we could pilot that in Durham so that our aspirations for what we can do for our folks are maximized, the impact we can have on our students, and that we put equity tools in place as we do budgeting and plan multi-year. And it's going to take so much of our effort to rebuild trust. It is easily broken, and I have so much respect for our employees that are able to be honest with us and authentic about the harm that has been done. I also attended the session on immigrant and refugees and thought that even sessions on that population don't even make it onto agendas nearly enough. And Ms. Chavez, I thought that there was just a meta study that came out on ACEs just recently that has just reaffirmed our need to deeply address the trauma that many of our students are living with. There was also a really impactful session. Some of y'all were in it, I think, on board and superintendent relationships, where the superintendent who was the only superintendent there, or maybe there were two there at that conference, was able to speak really frankly in ways that I think board members need to hear about how to let them do their jobs, because it is a very, very complicated job that we hire and supervise. So those were my takeaways, and thanks for letting us share out.
Ms. Byer? Mr. Tab?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to reflect on the three that we all attended. I concur with what has already been said. I do look for takeaways that are extremely impactful in how we can move forward. And I do think that listening to what's happening in other districts and what other people are doing helps us understand also where we are, but it also gives us an opportunity to think outside the box of some things that we may have to do differently. And I was encouraged by listening to some colleagues in what they had been doing, but then they had to change course and start doing something very different. And I would hope that in this district that we continue to start looking outside the box and trying to be a little more innovative in some of the things that we're doing. Hopefully that will also bring bring about more trust in our district, in communication. Some of the sessions that I attended, regardless of what it was, still communication became a part of that session. I don't care if we were talking about finance, if we were talking about governance, communication still became a huge part of that conversation. And I hope that we will continue to think about how we communicate with each other, the role that the board has, and the role that the superintendent has, and the role that the district itself has, and how we can all continue to work together. One of the things that I learned so much about being in Minneapolis, was how so many people took risks. And I think that being risk takers is a good thing. And we ask teachers all the time in the classroom, to be innovative, to be challenging, to keep our students engaged. And I think it would behoove us as a board to do the same that we're asking other people to do as well. And so thank you for those opportunities. I really enjoyed being there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tab.
I'm happy to go next. I won't repeat what a lot of my colleagues said because there were similar, I think, takeaways. At the Our Collective Power conference, there in the financial session, there was the multi-year budget development, which I think I've talked about often in our board meetings. We should be planning for years coming. I think that also shows to our partners at the county commission what they might also need to be planning for. And I think I would love to see us adopt that this year. And they also talked about a fund balance policy, which I also think is something for us to also revisit. I think, or not revisit, but to visit. There's been, as long as I've been on the board, this constant conversation of what should our fund balance be? Is it, 1 month? Is it a percent? Is it where? And so how do we, kind of codify that in a policy that sets us up for success, I think would be really a good move for us moving forward. And I think it also could include what's clear when we're going to fund balance. What are we using fund balance for, right? So those are some of the things that I thought was really interesting. I also attended the session with the superintendent who talked a lot about how do you set clear expectations as a board member for your superintendent? How do you provide informal and formal feedback loops, which I think is vital. We don't want to have surprises, right? We want to be clear about what the expectations are and then be able to give feedback as things are necessary. There's a lot of talk about like accountability and data, and I'm curious, I left with the question of how do we use data as a flashlight to guide us to where we need to go and not use data as a hammer. I think as I do a lot of equity work, that conversation comes up often of how we use it to highlight and not use it to just hammer what we want, right? And I think that's important for us to think about how we use that as a guide to improve outcomes for our students. At NCSBA, talking about, it was good to be back with folks who are returning board members and some that are new board members. I think one of the things I took away, they showed a clock and talked about what is governance as the board being here. Doing this, even though y'all can't see it, but the board being here and then the kind of what is the superintendent's work and staff work. So when the board sets a goal, superintendent and staff work on that goal. And then we come back to you bring us a report on what happened. And I thought that was just a really clear example of the processes that we can be using to have good communication and collaboration together. They also did a lot of work around talked about how schools are funded in North Carolina and legislative updates. And I thought that's always really helpful to know what's happening in our state and as things shift and change as different laws are in place. So it was really great to connect with other colleagues across the state, but also hear updates from NCSBA and how they can also be a resource and support to us as a school board. So those are some of my takeaways and appreciated time to learn and grow with you all.
Thanks, Ms. Umstead. All right, Ms. Raj.
Thanks everybody for sharing. I'm gonna start with NCSBA core training. I really appreciated attending and NCSBA core training. We have to attend every time we are reelected. And so it hadn't been that long since I had been elected, only 2 years. And attending just 2 years later, it was a nice reminder of the way things work in North Carolina, and how we aren't the only ones who have legislative needs that we all have to take to the state in Raleigh to make sure that they're continuing to fund public education. A nice reminder of how the board as a collective should be functioning and working as visionaries and expecting superintendent and administration to carry out those visions and expectations, and for the superintendent administration to be making a plan for that. And so it was nice to have local perspective. Our collective power was different for me this year. I attended different sessions than I've attended in the past, more related to the work of moving into leadership, including the parliamentary procedure sessions that I think Ms. Harold Goff also attended, and how we as a board can use those procedures to help build consensus and give clear direction and guidance to administration about what we want and next steps. It was also interesting to me to see a majority of the board members show up to the conflict resolution session, and really acknowledge that we had work to do in that space. And I think we've started that work, and we'll continue to do that work, and to see how full that space was. It wasn't just us in the room. There were lots of board members there, including our counterparts from Chicago, who are now having an elected board for the first time, and they're expanding from something like 11 to 21, and having conversations with other board members who are continually evaluating how they communicate with each other, and how they communicate externally with all stakeholders. The other portions that really spoke to me about the conference were the information about data monitoring and making sure that we are putting students at the center of all the policies that we're producing, and making sure that they're equity centered, and how to correlate that to the work of making sure that the role of the superintendent is meeting the expectations of the community as well as the board, and making sure that the board's goals are aligned with the vision of our community. So having those conversations, getting guidance on how to do that work effectively was incredibly powerful for me.
Thank you. It's been so nice to hear from everybody, and really nice to hear the alignment and what we're taking from these and what we found to be valuable. I will try not to echo, although it feels like everything that's been said is really, really resonates with me as well. So I'll try to highlight some different things that stood out to me. I also had just attended the core board training a year prior, but it was surprisingly helpful. It was nice to, as colleagues have said, be in a room with other school board members from around the state. But as Chair Rogers noted, to also like think about these shared, think about how we all need to advocate at the state level. But I think we often see ourselves in Durham and other big cities as being so different. And in many ways, we are different from smaller or rural areas, but there are so many points of alignment that I think are highlighted, like aligned needs and ways that we can, what always comes out in those, or what has come out for me in the core board training and being around other folks from different counties in North Carolina, is there's so much that we share, and so many ways that if we were to come together and advocate in a robust way, as I know the State School Board Association does for us, but if we could even build on that, what could we do at the state level to obtain more resources for our public schools? I also just like the reminder about resources, like they've got webinars on school finance that we can access. They have governance handbooks and board norms that were interesting to see, that I think will be useful for us to reflect on as we move forward. Our collective power, I also, I like the navigating board dynamics or the session also, but two things just, wrote down in my notes and I just find myself thinking about often lately, and that is, approach all conversations with curiosity and we should be like, and that means you should be willing to change your mind. And I think about that frequently because, and that could be with your board colleagues or with like anybody we're talking with in the community, or that just feels really important if we go into all conversations with like a fixed mindset and an unwillingness to shift, or really, that means we're really not hearing. Um, and I also, another thing that stood out was the recommendation to practice like hearing and then integrating feedback from board colleagues. So that's something I've been thinking about, especially in a leadership position. I had to make this too much longer, but I will reflect on the intercity visit too. To be honest, I was like, what is this? What is an intercity visit? Why do we do things like this? But I was very impressed. So I will say we got there and colleagues in Minneapolis and colleagues were just leaving from Kansas City who'd been visiting. So we got to meet folks from Kansas City who were in different leadership roles. And folks from Minneapolis had just been in Toronto. So this is a whole thing. And now I see how valuable it can be to get a bunch of leaders in one space from different cities and talk about cross-cutting issues that impact, like we think about housing, for example, and how that affects our students and our teachers, and then those who make decisions about housing and different. So we can talk to our colleagues here in Durham, but to learn from folks in different cities about how they're doing things is just really, it's a pretty valuable experience. I will also, we had an opportunity to have dinner one night thanks to Mr. Palmer, who was with us, who set up a opportunity for the COO of Minneapolis Public Schools to have dinner with us. It was nice to just chat with him. And he had recently been in St. Paul Public School, so he could share reflections on both and how things were going. And it's always validating to hear that districts face similar challenges as we do, transportation, for example, and to kind of hear about ways that they're navigating these. So. All right. Any other comments folks wanted to make about learning experiences or trainings? All right. Next item on the agenda is under academic services. We have the 2023-2024 ESSA accountability results. Okay, and Dr. Giovanni.
I apologize for superseding my colleague here, Dr. King, but this afternoon, we received, Dr. Lewis forwarded to me multiple emails from our staff members regarding the salary schedules that were posted. I do want to indicate that it was a plan to get them posted yesterday so that we could have as much feedback as possible. But I was emailing Mr. Cunningham at, I believe, 6:30 this morning, once we finally got some of the edits made so that we would at least be able to get some feedback, because we didn't want to hide behind not having them available for this board meeting, and so that people could come and provide that feedback. So with that said, we are now in the process. The schedules are up. We worked on them for a group of us have been working on them, trying to correct some of the errors that our colleagues and board members have shared with us. These were done rapidly, as Ms. Price had indicated. And we do want to be transparent with regard to the salary schedules. So to that end, it is our plan to go back through to make sure that we got correct what the board approved on the 19th. With regard to, in particular, the certified scales, we I found out about them about 3 o'clock today, so I've not had a chance to really go through and see what all of the motions were. But it was our understanding when we were working on the schedules that the board was approving local supplements because the salary scales for certified are done by the state. But it appears that, as we saw with the classified scales, that there were some different numbers that were included. So it is our plan, and we do hear you. I apologize for this ongoing thing, but we will get it right. But just wanted to make sure that you do understand that we're not going to hide behind that. We own our mistakes, and we want to make sure that as you look at these, they're up now. If there's something you see, please email us so that we can address that. But the plan is, with Dr. Lewis's permission and the board's permission, to come back on the 24th and be as transparent as possible with our colleagues around how these schedules were determined, what the board approved, and if necessary, if it turns out that the board approved the schedules in total for certified and not just the local supplements, we would have to bring back asking the board to approve the state-approved amounts plus the local supplement. But I've not had a chance to look at that, but I just want to take this moment to share with our colleagues, some of whom have come down here, to share that with you, many of whom have emailed this board and Dr. Lewis, but I did just want to share that on the 24th. So again, I apologize.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. Oh, yes, Ms. Chavez.
Thank you for that. And I just want to ask a question. Has it been clarified to staff that they will receive the higher of either what they were projected to receive in June or what's on the salary schedules? Has that been corrected? Because we did get some correspondence about that.
I'm looking at Ms. Cooper. I don't believe so. I think that what we will know, and Dr. Lassane is indicating that has not been shared. I know it was shared at the board meeting, but I do think that there is space for that to be clarified as we continue, hopefully. It's a living document, right? But I would like it to maybe, so once we get in that space, I do think there's some space for some additional maybe FAQs around that. And on the 24th, potentially have some exemplaries of how the retros are determined so that, because I've talked to several people, right? And once you kind of go through it with them and we all kind of, hash it out and they bring up good points and they've gotten it there, but that's rather inefficient potentially, right? And so we'll consult with Dr. Lewis on kind of the best way to share so that our staff, it is transparent for our staff, how their salaries are being determined, how they can look and see, what their salaries are, and to confirm and assure them that they will receive the higher of those two amounts as the board directed.
Yes, Ms. Umstead.
I have a lot of questions, but I'll save some of them for the 24th. But I think the most urgent is staff have concerns and questions about their pay. Who are they talking to get those questions answered? Because, by the 24th, we're talking about coming up on another payday pretty soon afterwards. And so in the meantime, I think I'm concerned that people aren't hearing responses back. So who are they kind of going to? Who do they need to email? Is there an email address set up or a phone number set up? I think we probably need both because we also know that, again, I think I say this often too, all of our staff aren't assigned laptops. So how do we also have a phone number or a place that they can go, and bilingual support for staff who may need that, who have questions about their pay? I feel like that feels very urgent because we want to make sure that when they get their October check is correct.
Ms. Byer? Oh,
Thinking on the spot. Dr. Lassane was going to offer some feedback.
I was going to say that we have been spending a lot of time trying to work on the schedules and other factors and have started a portal where we are chunking the emails because it is a lot of emails. And so in chunking those emails, like we have a group that is working on retro, master's pay, we're actually looking at hiring some additional staff to help with that review. And so that will help get the individual correspondence as well as generalized communication to all staff members regarding what they can expect for October.
Okay. And then if I have a question tomorrow, who do I email or who do I call? By I mean if I'm a staff member, who do I talk to? Who's the right person?
So I think one thing that we've been discussing in the background is working on some general understanding who, if your question is regarding this is your best contact, because most of them have been coming either directly to me, directly to Ms. Ojijo, or to the compensation study email, that maybe the wider group of people that can answer questions don't necessarily have access to that portal right now. And so I think that based on that, what the issue is for that individual, providing some more direction of where that should go directly will help make that more efficient in getting those answered more quickly.
I think, sorry, were you going to say something, Dr. Giovanni?
Yeah, so I think the plan would be, to Dr. Lassane's point, is that we would have a list that we will share out to schools, like if it's about retro, if it's about X, Y, and Z, so that they would have a phone number and an email to reach out to in the interim. And so we just are gonna basically kind of, pull all our resources together because our staff is entitled, obviously, to know what their pay is and to ensure that their pay is correct. And so that would be, my suggestion at this point, is that we kind of give that call list and that we have multiple people that are available. And I just want to, maybe give another shout out to Vicky Goff and Ruben, Barfield, who have really been on top of it in the payroll and the budget department on responding to people. As I indicated, I've talked to a few people, but obviously can't talk to hundreds of people as quickly as they need to be spoken to. So for this, as much as it's allowable, and for people that can then share that will be on the website. We'll work with Ms. Cooper to have it posted on our main banner page. Like, if you have these questions, and then again, I always believe in tracking that, like leave a message and send an email so that there's documentation, and just holding people accountable for those responses to those salary questions.
I think that'd be really helpful. And I think I would love to see us be proactive too. Like, before it goes out, we have this kind of up. And if you need an office hours or something, because I could also imagine answering these questions all day while you also have meetings and things or something. But how do we kind of get proactive around that so people don't, I think I understand a lot of our staff are feeling lots of things around this because it feels like a issue that they don't know how to resolve. So how do we proactively put this information out, be really clear about when we can support people? I think is really helpful.
Yeah, I was trying to get some sense of the scope of this. I frankly don't want everyone's email. I'm happy to read it, but I'm not going to solve it, right? And I mean, so is this, you said hundreds, Dr. Giovanni, that's what I'm trying to, how many of our employees are feeling like they're in limbo? Is that?
I would say it is hundreds of email. That is not an exaggeration. The number of folks that are seeking to understand a number of different things, we are talking hundreds.
Okay, and then I'm concerned that the 24th might be too late because payroll's loaded and all of that. I don't want us to make mistakes in another round of checks. So I stand ready to meet urgently if needed. I follow y'all's lead, but it is getting harder and harder and harder to sit here and not go over there and yell at myself. Like, I want, this is the worst thing to do to folks. We have to be able to show them and model that we have put every dime that the county has shared with us into our staff. And so we got to prove it to them on the 24th. Like, we should have proved it to them already. Help us brick by brick with our folks. They deserve it. They deserve it. And this is past due.
Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. My question is about the living document that I heard. Are things being changed and people can see the change? Because that is probably leading to some of the emails, because if they see something and then there it goes, and then, 2 hours later, they've seen a change. Is that something that we said that we wanted the employees to be able to see the changes as the changes are happening? Or that intent was something different?
I think the intent was something different. They're not seeing in real time if someone putting a 2 in there and then back. They're not seeing that. But what they are seeing, if some corrections are being made, they'll see one schedule, and then once the corrections are made, they'll see that new schedule, the corrected schedule up.
I have some concerns about that. We can talk.
On the website, Okay. Hmm. Yeah, we'll look at that, because that shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to follow up again about Ms. Umstead's question about who to contact. When will that be released? Who the list is of contacts? And if someone has a question tonight, who should they contact? We are getting a lot of emails, and so should they contact Dr. Lassane? Who should they email right now who should sift through those emails?
Yeah, but still contact the regular people, whether it's payroll or Dr. Lassane, if they have questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Umstead.
I also want to say, I know that this is really important. We got to get this right. And I also know that we have a lot of people who are working really hard to get this right. So I just want to acknowledge that, I know that payroll has some stuff is manually entered and folks are working around the clock to get this. So I do want to say thank you to you all. We know that we have some staffing that we need to fulfill to make sure that we can get better at some of this work. But I would be remiss not to say thank you to the folks who are up late at night trying to get it right. So I just want to say thank you to those folks.
Yeah, I just want to, I feel like if we could applaud all of those folks because we should. I appreciate you reminding us and I appreciate, we keep asking our employees to be patient. And I get why they're having trouble being patient. It's their pay. It's their pay. It's their pay. And so as they can approach the folks on the other end of these emails and phone calls with grace and the values that we lean into in Durham, I am so appreciative of their ability to continue to be patient while we work to get anything that's wrong right.
Thank you, Ms. Harold-Goff.
I also want to just lift up everyone who is courageously speaking, and being authentic in tone. This is not easy. And we have to be mindful of all the lenses, and sometimes it feels hard to hold, sitting in this position, but I remind myself, that this is also part of the process that we need in order to keep us moving at that urgent pace to come out of the places where we're having to be more reactionary. We have to respond to what is reactionary and also be working so that we can get ahead of it and get beyond it to a better place. So acknowledging that, yes, all of everything, all of the emotion and the urgency and the pain that is being felt is real. And that all of us who are sitting here we hold some responsibility and accountability for all of that. Bringing that human lens into all of this and still acknowledging the responsibility that we have taken. I want to say, don't feel, keep that authentic approach to expressing yourself and allow us to hold that and to work through everything that we need to work through. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Harold-Goff. Ms. Rogers.
Thanks, everybody, for this discussion and conversation. I've seen a lot of the emails and sent them forward, responded to as many as I could. I wonder how long, if we have any information about how long people are waiting to get responses to their emails. to their phone calls and how those requests are being acknowledged as they come in?
I could gather that information. I could work to gather that information for you.
Colleagues, are y'all interested in that information? I'd rather you get the pay right.
Yeah.
Mr. Tab, go ahead.
No, this is serious stuff here, and I don't want to put any more work on staff that needs to be until we get the salary stuff right. That's where I'm sitting with that, and so no, I wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
But I understand that people want to know that they are being heard. That's important, but can we just get the salary stuff right?
I would love for the salary stuff to be right. Anecdotally, though, is there any information available? Like, no, nothing?
From my standpoint, it's varied. It depends on the area that people are requesting information for.
Mhm.
We have people who have been out in both departments. And so we're covering, and I don't offer that as an excuse. I'm just saying that's the reality of the situation. And so the answer really is it depends. And so in some cases, it could be a quick response, and others it may not. And we are fighting, we are having the conversations about the length of time because it is not our desire for employees to wait. But the same shortages that folks are experiencing, we have those in both departments.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm trying to, and that's a fair answer, and I'm going to be okay with the answer. I'm just thinking about how I would feel when my pay isn't right, and my pay hasn't been right at times, and not even getting a response to my email doesn't make me feel valued. And so that's what I was asking about. But thank you.
When this is related, another thing that stood out from the trip to Minneapolis was someone who spoke from University of Minnesota, and he had just moved there from the Chapel Hill Carborough school system and was reflecting, he had young children, so was reflecting on the differences between the school system and his experience there in Chapel Hill Carborough schools and in Minneapolis public schools. And he was saying that one thing that stood out to him was that now, not in Chapel Hill Carborough, but now in Minneapolis, when he called with an issue or a problem, he actually got to speak with a person each time he called as a parent to the school system. Now, this is a school system that's roughly the same size as ours. It's not like a 5,000 kid school system. I just say that to like put into the world that that's something that I think could be aspirational for us, that whenever somebody calls, a staff person, a parent, that they actually reach a person that they can talk with and that can help them with their problem. Relatedly, I hear that it has been challenging to respond. I know that it's not for lack of want to respond to the concerns by any means. So what is needed by the board? What do you need from us to ensure that people get the responses that they need and that the salaries are where they need to be? What more can we do to provide the support that's needed to make sure that these things happen?
So from the standpoint of kind of chunking that out from the salary piece, the board has done everything. It is administration's job. It is our job to bring you accurate schedules and clear schedules to approve that staff can look at. So that is what that part we're going to do by the 24th or before, right? To make sure that if we misunderstood what the board had approved on the 19th, that we get that clarified on the 24th either way. And so I would defer to Dr. Lassane on the resource piece.
So I know that I have put forth a request and engaged, and we're moving forward with that to get some extra staff So I know we're looking at some retirees to bring in to assist with the actual like processing master's pay. Yes, I hear you. That requires some additional staff. And so we're looking for some folks to come on board actually next week to be able to assist to help with processing with those pieces. And so that is a huge resource for us from an HR standpoint.
I'll just add, I think I don't think that the board has been supportive in this. And as Dr. Hossein just mentioned, we did have some discussion about some additional assistance. But as we continue to come in and assess the organization, there are some things that what I would call some forced errors that we have to continue to look at that the system is currently set up, to get some of the results that we're getting. So as we continue to assess the organization and make some shifts, we'll see more efficiency. I know that doesn't help the current reality of our staff, and Vice Chair Carter, and I do hear you when you say to get a live person should be aspiration. That should be reality. That should be every day, and it is embarrassing. But my promise to this community and to this board, we will get better.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. The one additional question I had was to follow up on Mr. Tabb's concerns. I wonder if someone, not sure who's the best person to do this, but someone could speak to why the salary schedules are currently living documents and what we mean when we say that.
So I think when I was going back looking through the transcript of the meeting, given the short turnaround, I think what Ms. Price had shared is that, this is kind of the starting spot, right? Given the limited amount of time, and just to move us forward and to have something for the board to react to. And so it's not a living document from the standpoint like board policy is, right? Where every week those numbers should be changing. And so kind of the notes that I got from Mr. Tabb's comment is that they need to be made PDFs. So, and it says PDF on there, untouchable, like board approved October 10th, 2024, 6:54 PM. And so that way our staff can just, it's more pages, right? It's not as fancy as the Excel sheet, but you can rely on that and that nobody is manipulating that. And so that is the notes that I took from that. And I think that was just kind of we thought it would maybe be easier to kind of have the Excel sheets and just click through. They'll be in the background so that next year, as the board makes its decisions with regard to compensation, or the state makes its mandates regarding compensation, we'll have that information in the background so that we can use that Excel and put the formulas. But as far as what's going to be held on the website, we're going to remove the Excel ones that kind of fluctuate, because I couldn't even figure out what the board had approved, because I didn't, it was changing to Ms. Clem's point of when you're going back. I was like, well, what did they approve? Because, one of the emails forwarded, all I could see was the changes that we had made to align with the state schedule. So you need to be able to have like moments in time that you can, mark as an exhibit, right? From the lawyer standpoint, like this is how it existed on September 25th. These are the changes on October 1st, et cetera. So that would be my response to that. I think it was, you learn from things that you try that don't work.
Right. And I think as you alluded to in the beginning, it was noted folks were finding errors. And so it was noted that there was going to be work done to correct the errors, and that's going to continue. So as there are issues, because we need to approve something, we needed to get it approved, but there were problems with it that needed to be fixed. And that's why it had to not be something that was set in stone. And I seem to recall also that part of the experiment was to show people the formulas so that it could provide more transparency. But if that ends up being more confusing for folks, it sounds like you're exploring a PDF issue.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Umstead.
And this feels like it's getting into the administration side, so I don't want to go too far. But to me, living means that you're seeing the edits, not that it's a Google Doc. So you could create a Google Doc that you don't edit, right? And so that's a way to explore that a little differently. I think the challenge is because the link is from Ms. Price and she is working in there, we just shouldn't have access to those anymore. Or that could be captured in a time, but there's a way to create a Google Doc that you don't see it editing. I think just personally, I don't think salary schedules need to be living. I think we approve them and they stay the same until we approve something new. I just don't want it to be in a place where things feel like they're moving and flowing, and that doesn't feel like people should know what they're going to get. That should be the expectation of what their pay is, and they're clear about that moving forward.
Any other discussion about this before we move on to our next agenda item? Yes, Ms. Byron.
So I do think one piece that I think will continue to be important for our board to grapple with and understand, and maybe that's the 24th, maybe it's sooner, is how many of our employees are on these new scales and will stay on those new scales? How many are on the tool that was used, the Carrie Crutchfield? And then the serious work about aligning those going forward. So I know y'all are on top of all the things. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that we're aware of and working to answer, and Dr. Lewis, you may have already done this, but we got an email with a lot of questions from Durham Association of Educators, and those questions all deserve answers as we have them and can provide those with transparency. So I know our intent is to lift folks with and honor all commitments that we made. And so, yeah, I trust y'all to help us step forward into this with integrity. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from administration? Okay. With that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, and I'll invite Dr. Royster up for the 2023-24 ESSA accountability results presentation.
This thing. Good evening, board members, and on behalf of the academic services team, we thank you for this opportunity to bring forth the 2023-2024 ESSA accountability reports. As you hear this report tonight, we want to just name the fact that you will see some results in this data that suggests that there is much to celebrate. You will also see some data that, in all clarity, suggests that there is much work for us to continue to do. And so I do want to share with the board that tonight, Dr. Royster will share this data, and Dr. Lewis has asked us to prepare a follow-up report for the board that will outline some of the strategies and actions that we're taking to show and continue to move in the right direction at a board meeting after tonight. So just wanted to kind of preface that with that. And with that, Dr. Royster, please take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, DPS board members and Dr. Lewis. Welcome to the 2023-24 Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA DPS Accountability Data Presentation. I am Al Royster, Executive Director of Research and Accountability, and today I will review the district and schools 2023-2024 accountability data. I would like to introduce my outstanding team that's here. Mr. Nathan Hester, he's Director of Assessments and Accountability, and also Mr. David Nelson Searles, Director of Data Integration and Accountability. They were instrumental in assisting with completing this data and creating the presentation. As Dr. King mentioned, my goal today is to present the district data and school data that our team collected from our students and staff within our district in conjunction with guidelines and structures put forth by DPI. DPS departments have received, will reflect and unpack this data from their departments will respond to this data by reviewing their department improvement plans based on these data results and adjust accordingly. And as Dr. King mentioned, per Dr. Lewis, they'll have some strategies and things brought back to the board as a result of this, of the data. Next slide, please. The next three slides will give an explanation of the components of school performance grades. In addition, we'll briefly explain the difference between achievement and growth. Next slide, please.
This slide represents a pie chart breaking down the school performance grades. School performance grades are based 80% on each school's achievement score and 20% on academic growth according to DPI. The total school performance score is converted to a 100-point scale, and the final grades are based on a 15-point scale, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the school grade performance indicators for elementary, middle, and high school. Elementary and middle schools are calculated based on end of grade test scores and English language assessments for English learners according to DPI, with elementary and middle grades 3 through 8 and first year EL students excluded, and high school performance grades include indicators such as end of course test, ACT, work keys or AWA scores, 4-year graduation rate, and English language assessments for English learners according to DPI, with high school 10th grade and then also first years excluded as well. Specifically, you can see the indicators for each level. Next slide, please. This slide gives a brief explanation of the difference between achievement and growth. On the left side, there is a brief explanation of achievement. And as you can see, the achievement measures how students perform at one point in time, level 3 and above, and it compares students to a standard performance at a point during the academic school year. Level 3 is grade level proficiency or GLP, and level 4 and 5 is college and career ready. And then on the right side, you can see growth, and growth measures the amount of academic progress students have made between 2 points in time, usually the academic school year. And that indicates an indication of growth is progress made in the school year over a course of a year, compares students to their own prior performance and common assessments given to other students. Also at the top, if you had this presentation, there is a short video, it's 3 minutes, that the state kind of provided that explains the difference between achievement and growth. Next slide, please. So in the next 2 slides, we'll review our district performance data. Within these slides, we'll talk about school performance grades, alternative schools modified accountability system for Durham Performance Learning Center or PLC, and Lakeview, overall grade level proficiency, and reading, math, science, end of course proficiency, and English learner or EL progress. Next slide, please. So this slide reviews our school performance grades comparison over 5 school years for A, B, and C schools, beginning with the 2017-18 school year up until last school year, 2023-2024, with 1920 and 2021 school years not shown due to COVID-19 and no growth reported. As a district, we decreased the number and percentage of A, B, and C schools from the 2022-2023 school year to 63.5 or 33 schools to 53.8 or 28 schools. The 2023-2024 school year is the second highest amount of ABC schools, 28 over 5 school years. Next slide, please. This slide explains the alternative schools accountability that PLC and Lakeview fall under. The State Board of Education has a policy that provides public school units with 3 different accountability system options for alternative schools. The DPS Board of Education approved the continued use of the customized accountability systems for PLC and Lakeview for this school year 24-25 during the May 23rd Board of Education regular session. The accountability system uses metrics unique to each school and their own ratings rather than a letter grade. Next slide, please. This slide gives a description of each indicator PLC used to determine their school designation as outlined by the district choosing option C. So as you see, participation is 10%. We use the accountability match summaries provided to the schools during ELC testing cycles so they can monitor their progress. School performance is 25%. Proficiency is 25%. That is proficiency data for all ELC assessments that were administered. And EVOS is actually 0 for PLC because there was no EVOS growth for PLC. So per the plan, it was 0. It's usually 15% if they had growth. Our cohort graduation rate, that's our CGR. And our persistence, and what persistence, that's 20%. Persistence is the calculation for this component of the percentage of students who enrolled in PLC and remain enrolled in any North Carolina public school through the end of the school year, including students who graduate. And also we have earned credits, that's 25%. And for earned credits indicator, PowerSchool was used as the authoritative source. All final stored grades at PLC were pulled, and any student who showed as having a potential credit, students will count in the numerator, meaning if they had yes for potential credit, and some students might count more than once because they might be taking multiple times, and they might be counted multiple times in the denominator. Next slide. So as you see, this table breaks down the 6 indicators and the percentage earned for each indicator. The overall composite is 64.1%, which earned PLC a succeeding designation. A breakdown of the 4 designation areas is shown on the table, which starts with emerging, which goes to developing, then succeeding, and then excelling as the highest. So each indicator, as you can see, participation was 9.2%. School proficiency was 4.7%. There was no EVOS as mentioned. CGR was 13.1%. Persistence was 16.9%. And your earned credits was 20.1%. Next slide, please. And so this slide gives a description of each indicator for Lakeview that used to determine their school designation as outlined by that option C. So similar to PLC, they have their indicators. So attendance was 20%. That measures the cumulative attendance rate for students still enrolled at the end of the year. Persistence is the same as PLC. Again, those students that are enrolled at Lakeview and remain enrolled or at any North Carolina school to the end of the year. Their suspension rate is 20%. So this indicator measures the number of students still enrolled at the end of the year who were not assigned out of school, a short-term, long-term, or 365-day suspension. And then school proficiency, that's 30%. So proficiency, 10%. That's their EOG and EOC data since they have, since they're 6 through 12. And then also EVOS growth, 20%. They do have that, and that was provided by the state. Next slide, please. And here is the table, shows the breakdown, just like PLC, of the indicators and the percentage. The overall composite was 70.2%, which earned Lakeview a succeeding designation. Like PLC, the breakdown of the 4 designated areas are shown in the table, which start, again, emerging, developing, succeeding, and then excelling. And as you can see, attendance was 15.6, persistence 26.7, suspensions were 14.9, proficiency was 6.6 or 6/10, and then EVOS growth was 12.3. Next slide, please. Now we'll move to our overall grade level proficiency. This slide kind of comparison over 6 school years, beginning with the 17-18 school year up until last school year. That's 2023-2024. Again, with 19-20 not shown due to COVID. So our overall grade proficiency for 23-24 was 47%. It was slightly lower, 0.9 of a percentage point than last year, 2023-2024. Next slide, please. Here you have this slide, shows our reading proficiency results for grades 3 through 8. Our reading composite is 44.5 percentage points. It was a decrease of 0.8 of a percentage point from the 2022-2023 school year. So as you can see, grade 3 increased by 1.5 percentage points. That was the highest increase. Grade 4 decreased by 4.2 percentage points. Grade 5 increased by 3 percentage points. Grade 6 decreased by 2.4 percentage points. Grade 7 remained the same, and grade 8 decreased by 2.7 percentage points. Next slide, please. This slide shows our math proficiency results for grade 3 through 8. And our math composite was 48.5 percentage points. That's an increase of 0.8 of a percentage point from last year. From 2022-2023. Grade levels 3, 6, 7, 8th grade, including math 1 and 8th grade EOG, they increased. Grade 5 remained the same. And then grade 4 decreased by 2.1 percentage points. Next slide, please. This slide shows our science proficiency results for grade 5 and 8, and with the total science composite for those grades. And the composite was 60.8 percentage points. That's a decrease of 4.1 percentage points from the 2022-2023 school year. Next slide. This slide shows our end of course or EOC proficiency results for biology, English 2, math 1 for middle and high school, and math 3 compared to the 2022-2023 school year. As you can see, biology decreased by 6.2 percentage points. English 2 increased by 2.5 percentage points. Math 1, which is middle school only, increased by 0.7 of a percentage point. Math 1 high school only increased by 0.7 of a percentage point. And Math 3 decreased by 5.3 percentage points. Next slide. ESSA requires each state to provide an annual assessment for English language proficiency for all students identified as English learners or EL. In North Carolina, the annual assessment is the WIDA Access for ELs 2.0 or the Access Test. Under ESSA, EL progress must be measured and reported for all ELs in grades K through 12. For school performance grade or SPG, the following grades are used: elementary grades 3 through 5, middle school grades 6 through 8, and high school grade 10. There was an increase of 1.7 percentage points from the 2022-2023 school year. Also, as noted, DPS's EL progress proficiency is 0.2 of a percentage point below the state average of 27.3. Next slide, please.
Can you pause there for a moment? I just want to acknowledge that work there on the previous slide, if you can go back, particularly as it relates to our EL learners. Oftentimes in school systems, sometimes EL learners are looked at from a deficit lens. Many of them are bilingual. I'm not bilingual. So they have some assets, and I just want to commend the work of our EL department for the increases that we've seen. And you can see from 2020 to 23, 24, the increases in terms of how we're comparing ourselves to the state. So I just want to send a huge shout out to all of our ELL staff for the work that they've done.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for lifting that up. Our next slide will cover our district's high school, college, and career, or CCR indicator comparisons. North Carolina's college and career readiness indicators is a set of benchmarks that measure student proficiency in English and math at the college level. The goal is to ensure that graduates are ready to enroll and succeed in introductory college courses without needing remediation. Next slide, please. So this slide reviews our high school CCR indicator comparisons over 6 years, beginning with 17-18 school year up until last school year, 2023-2024. And again, 19-20 school years is not shown because of COVID-19. So CCR uses 5 indicators: 4-year cohort graduation rate, math rigor, ACT, ACT work keys, and ACT work keys combined, or AWA. And that began in the 17-18 school year. So as you see, the table shows our CCR indicators. 4-year cohort graduation rate was 83.4. That is a decrease from last year. And again, the cohort graduation rate are students who graduate 4 years after their 9th grade entry year. So for example, students who entered 9th grade for the first time in 2020-21 should have graduated in 2023-2024. Math rigor was 95.9. That's an increase from last year. And math rigor is a number of seniors who received credit for Math 3. ACT decreased last year, 36.1, and that is the number of 11th grade graders who scored proficient on the ACT composite. As noted on the bottom, beginning in the 2021-2022 year, the proficient composite score changed from 17 to 19 on the ACT alone. And alone, ACT is not is reported, but it's not included in accountability or SPG. ACT work keys, we were at 61.4%. That was a decrease by 0.3 of a percentage point. And ACT work keys is the number of CTE concentrators who earn a silver or better on the work keys assessment. And again, like ACT, work keys alone is only reported, but not included in accountability. And finally, our ACT work keys, or AWA, which is accounted in accountability, is 48.6, and that was an increase from last year. And that's, again, the percentage of 12th graders who either met the benchmarks on the ACT or ACT work key, so they scored a 19 or above on the ACT, or they had a silver certificate or higher for the ACT work keys. Next slide, please. This slide gives information about DPS advanced placement and our AP score report. As this data is not officially part of the ESSA accountability data, we wanted to lift this up and share as it relates to the college and career readiness indicators. Advanced placement continues to grow both with participation and performance over the past 4 years, with the intentionality of increasing diversity in AP courses, which has proven to be successful with ongoing continued work on recruitment. Advanced placement participation and performance have steadily increased over the past 4 years, with intentional efforts to enhance diversity in AP courses, with ongoing recruitment efforts continuing to support this progress. Among the celebrations for DPS 2024 score reports, there was an increase of 367 exams taken, with a 5% increase in qualifying exams. In addition, 81% of AP courses offered in DPS have scores above state and or global averages, and 56 AP teachers had courses with scores at or above state or global averages, showing teacher commitment to our AP program. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, we will review our district subgroup performance data. Within these slides, we'll talk about composite for all subgroups with the change from the 2022-2023 school year, subgroup comparisons over time for the last 7 years, subgroup cohort graduation rate over time from the last 7 years. Next slide, please. This slide shows each subgroup within DPS with the total number of students tested and overall composite on the top row, and then all other subgroups listed to the left, the total number tested in the middle, and their percent proficient to the right. I'll give you a few seconds to review the subgroup data just to look at it. So the overall proficiency for the subgroups, as we mentioned before, is 47%. That was a decrease of 0.9 of a percentage point from the 2022-2023 school year. 8 out of the 10 subgroups decreased from 2022-2023. One subgroup increased, that's multiracial, 0.7 of a percentage point. One group stayed the same with our white subgroup. And just note for the American Indian, as you can see, they have a small subgroup of 55, which is the amount of tests taken and not necessarily the amount of students. As a point of reference for the 2022-2023 school year, the American Indian subgroup had an approximate increase of 20% points from 2021 to 2022. So that group has a drastic swing because of the small amount of students and tests taken. So it was a couple years ago, it was flipped. They were negative here, but then a couple years ago, they were just about that much in positive. Next slide, please. This slide shows the race ethnicity subgroup cohort-based graduation rate, or CGR, over a 7-year period beginning the 17-18 school year through last year school year 2023-2024. The subgroup listed all students, Asian, Black, Hispanic, multiracial, and white. And I'll give you, even though this is small, I know you have it, I'll give you a few seconds to review that subgroup data just to look at it if you hadn't had a chance. As mentioned previously, the 2023-2024 CGR is 83.4, so slightly down 0.9 of a percentage point. As noted, the subgroups difference from the 2022-2023 to 2023-2024 are as follows. Asian subgroup increased by 5.2 percentage points. The Black subgroup decreased by 2.4 percentage points. The Hispanic subgroup increased by 1.3 percentage points. Multiracial group decreased by 4.4 percentage points. And the white subgroup decreased by 1.6 percentage points. And just as a note, the Hispanic subgroup cohort graduation rate of 71.8 is the highest in 7 years, with the exception of 2021, which is considered really an outlier year due to remote learning for most of that year. Next slide, please. This slide shows other subgroup cohort graduation rate over 7 years. Again, same as the other slide, beginning with 17-18 school year through 23-24. And the subgroups listed here are, of course, all students, academically gifted, economically disadvantaged, limited English proficient, and students with disabilities. And so as noted, our other DPS subgroups differences from the 2022-23 to 2023-2024 are as follows. Academically gifted remain constant at 95%. And just as a general reminder, please note that data points greater than 95% must be shown as that to kind of protect student confidentiality. Economically disadvantaged subgroup, it decreased by 2.2 percentage points. Limited English proficient group increased by 1.5 percentage points, and students with disabilities decreased by 7.6 percentage points. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides will review EVOS growth status for DPS over a 5-year period. The Education Value Added Assessment System, or EVOS, is a program that measures student growth in North Carolina, comparing a student's performance to the average progress of other students in the state. EVOS growth is based on the amount of students a student grows from the beginning to the end of that school year rather than their final achievement level. A school's overall growth status is determined by the growth of its students. Next slide, please. So this slide reviews our EVOS growth status compared over 5 years of met and exceeded for schools beginning with the 17-18 school year up until last year, 2023-24, with 19-20 and 2021 school years not shown due to COVID-19 and no growth reported. So DPS decreased the number of schools that met and exceeded growth for the 2022-2023 school year, which is 84.9% or 45 schools, to 80.8 or 42 schools for the 2023-2024. Next slide, please. The next two slides will review the number of low-performing schools in DPS and a list of low-performing schools in DPS. A school is considered low-performing in North Carolina if they receive a school performance grade of D or F and a growth status of met or not met. And that definition is according to North Carolina General Statute 115C-83.15. Next slide, please. This slide reviews our low-performing schools over 7 school years, beginning with the 17-18 school year up until last year, 2023-24, with the number of low-performing schools in 19-20 and 2020-2021 staying the same due to COVID-19. As noted, we increased to 20 schools designated as low-performing for the 2023-2024 school year as compared to 15 schools in 2022-2023. For the 2023-2024 school year, we had 23 D schools, up from 16 D schools in 2022-2023, and then 1 F school, down from 3 schools from the 2022-2023 school year. Next slide, please. This slide reviews schools designated as low performing for the 2023-2024 school year. For elementary, we had 13 schools designated as low performing, and you can see those schools, they're in dark blue. For middle, we had 3 schools designated as low performing. They're shown in orange. For high school, we had 3 schools designated as low performing. They're shown in light blue. And then we had 1 school that serves all 3 grade levels, K through 12, and that is shown in green. Next slide, please. Celebrations. As we begin the 2024-2025 school year, we have many things to celebrate. In the next 2 slides, we'll highlight schools moving out of low performance status, our A and B schools, and schools in DPS ranked in the state based on academic growth performance. Next slide. So we have 2 schools moving out of low performance status. You can see here, 2 elementary schools, C.C. Spalding and Forest View. And we want to celebrate our AB schools with a total of 13 schools earning that designation. We have 3 A schools, City of Medicine Academy, J.D. Clement Early College and Middle College. And we have 10 B schools, Club Boulevard, Easley, George Watts, Lions Farm, Mangum, Moorhead Montessori, Pearsontown, Lakeview Montessori Middle, Durham School of the Arts, and Durham School of Technology. Next slide, please. DPS continues its trend by having schools ranked in the top 100th and 20th percentile of the state's 2,593 schools for academic growth. We had 1 school, J.D. Clement Early College, ranked 7th in NC with a 13.15 growth index, which was the highest in DPS. We had 4 other schools ranked in the top 100. Merrickmore Elementary, they were ranked 46th in North Carolina. City School Academy ranked 49th in NC. Githens Middle School ranked 58th in NC, and then Carrington Middle School ranked and tied for 83rd in North Carolina. DPS had 17 schools ranked in the top 20% of the state's 2,593 schools for academic growth. We already mentioned the first 5, and then we have C.C. Spalding, Lakewood Middle, Southwest, Durham School of Technology, Lions Farm, Club Boulevard, Shepherd Middle, Brogdon Middle, Easley, Mangum, Oak Grove, and Rogers-Hur Middle. Next slide. I know that was a lot. That was like 34 slides. All right. This concludes the presentation of the ESSA data for the 2023-2024 school year. At this time, we will take questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Royster. Colleagues, anybody have comments or questions you'd like to share? Mr. Tabb.
Thank you. Could you explain again about the drop for the ACT?
Yes, and I have my colleagues, they'll jump in as well, but the score, the drop is they went from 17 to 19, or yeah, I said that right, 19, yes, 19 to 17, excuse me. So I think that was the other way. I had it right, 17 to 19.
Now I'm
And-
confused.
Yeah, yeah. So we at initially it was 17, and then I think in the 2021, one of those years in the table, it went up to 19. And that was a while ago. And so now I can kind of jump in. I think we've kind of decreased with that ACT over the years since we've had that. So sorry about the confusion.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you for all of those slides and presenting this data. So I wanted to say a few thoughts about test scores, and then also ask a few questions. I just wanted to say that as we're looking at this, that I hope we are keeping in mind that test scores can give us information, but we should not conflate them with a student's worth, creativity, potential, or brilliance, or any other aspect of their identity. And also know that we know that racism and poverty and ableism affect our students and their experiences in material ways, negatively and positively. And a lot of our students have significant barriers to achieve academically in the ways that we are asking of them. So I want to note that and thank all of our educators also just for all the work that has clearly gone into raising the proficiency levels of our students and working toward those proficiency levels that we are trying to achieve. Okay, let me start with this question. And if this is, you can tell me if it's too much, but to what do we attribute the the increase in low performing schools for this past year?
I think there might have to be a group answer. I'll look to Dr. King.
So I think there are a number of things that could contribute to that. And I want to say that as a general rule, responding to a question like that it can only be speculation. But there are a number of factors that I think probably had some impact last year. Specifically, one of the things I would note is, student performance can be impacted by the circumstances under which students are operating. Obviously, as a school district last year, we had a number of challenges, including a leadership change. We also missed quite a bit of instructional time due to a number of reasons, some of them involving the weather, some of them also involving some of the difficulties that we experienced due to some labor-related issues. And so I think those things, is reasonable to assume that those things might very well have had some impact. The other thing that I think is important to note is when you look at the performance of many of our schools, the kindest way I can put it is that they kind of live right on the line. And very often, many of our schools slip in and out of low performing status, primarily focused on whether or not they exceed growth or not, right? Because we have not yet reached the status in many of our schools where the on-grade level performance of our students is enough to keep them out of low performing status. And so, I mean, I think if you look at kind of the pattern, right, of low performing schools in Durham Public Schools over time, you see that many of our schools shift in and out of that status sometimes almost on a yearly basis. And that is because very often those schools are right on that line of ABC status, and they maybe don't reach A, B, or C status, but they exceed growth this year, right? Which keeps them out of low performing status that year. The next year, their performance composite may only shift by 1 point or 2 point. Sometimes it may even go up. But again, they don't exceed growth. And so because that composite number is below that 55 threshold, the determination is made that they reach low performing status. So those are just some things that I would suggest may have contributed to that reality last year. What I think is important to note, though, is that our work has to be about continuing to work with our schools so that we begin to impact that on grade level percentage, right? And what we really want to see for all of our schools is that they reach A, B, or C status. And so that is the work that we have before us.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. I appreciate that. We can all look at this data and make our own interpretations of it, and I have my thoughts about it, but I wanted to hear from the administration how you were making sense of this, and so I appreciate those different factors that you named, as well as the variable of growth and how that affects going in and out of low performing status. I had some specific questions about ESL and ELL program. So
I'm going to ask Ms. Reyes to join us at the table to respond to some of these questions.
thank you. I'm glad to see our numbers continue to go up. That's great. I wanted to ask about what curricula we use for our ESL program. What is standardized across the district in terms of curriculum and also in terms of training for ESL teachers?
I'll try to keep it short. We use National Geographic EL curricula. They're all supplemental. So students have access to whatever the district curriculum is in every content area. And then additionally, we use the National Geographic series. Elementary has an option called Reach. Middle school has Inside, and high school has Edge. For high school students, there's also a program called Rigor, which is basically an instructional reading instruction program for older students who have who are pre-literate or in primary literacy. So those are across all of our comprehensive high schools, and the others are across every middle school and high school and elementary. In addition, they have graphic novels, and those are teacher choices that they pick from those adoptions or other vendors. And normally teachers, collaborate and decide what they want to use and so forth. We try to keep that much consistent because our students are fairly mobile. And so we want them to be able to see the same material no matter which school they move to.
Thank you. All right, that's helpful to understand. And then what about training? Are ESL teachers, and do they meet as a PLC? Do they get regular training each year?
Yes, so we meet as a PLC every other month with elementary and on the district designated days for secondary, which are, I think this year there'll be about 4. So in order to be able to not keep it too far apart, we have monthly virtual meetings where they meet by level in all cases so that they can either have questions answered, or we do many trainings during those times. We have about 45 minutes. So they get things to read or podcasts to listen to and then come back and discuss. Additionally, this year we have the guided language acquisition design training, which is, we're doing this for English ESL teachers only as a first cut. It's been in practice in California and originated from California several years ago. So we're just bringing it into, North Carolina has had it for a few years, and we're dipping our toe into it right now. But I would like to reiterate that in order not to have English learners in a bubble, we're now at over 22% of English learners in the district. And some of our schools are over 50%. So at that point, we need to start making it into a whole school approach. And we have PSYOP training that we offer 2 or 3 times a year, in addition to EL certification, an add-on certification that we offer at no cost to the teachers in the district.
Can you remind us what the PSYOP training is?
PSYOP training, the expansion is Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol. And it's basically, it's got 8 components, 30 features, and it's a bag of strategies that go in a sequence from preparing a lesson with the intentionality of increasing language proficiency to students being able to function at grade level language proficiency and content. So it's adapting the language, but bringing them along to grade level proficiency.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I appreciate understanding more about the curriculum. I know we're right about at the state level for, percentage for access for students, exiting out of ESL. I did want to ask for some additional data. So I would ask my board colleagues if you would be interested in this as well. I would like to see updated data on how many years students are in the ESL program before exiting out, as well as for the students who are still in the ESL program, how many years they have been in the program. So that is my request of the board and also of administration.
That will be ready for you. I'll work with our esteemed colleagues in accountability to make sure that my math is, that they have better math than I have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think also Chair Rogers is going to lead us to make sure we have consensus from all the
No,
board
no,
members.
Ms. Carter,
I'm sorry.
do that.
Chair for this evening, Will. Well, I just want to note that that we have received an email with maybe some of what you're looking for while you were talking. So I just want to clarify maybe if you're looking for more than that, or if you, so that we know what we're considering. And while you're taking a look at that, Ms. Byer.
No, I wonder about whether there will be upcoming reports that are going more in depth from groups like ESL might be a report that we receive on a calendar in an ongoing way, AIG, like students with disabilities, like something with more focus than just us asking you questions that we think of right now. I would hope that would be kind of a recurring calendar kind of thing that we get back to. We've done that in the past. So it's fine to have the data. I just wonder, like, a more robust conversation where parents could join us and other community members as well in the near future. So suggestion.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks, Ms. Byer. Ms. Chavez, did you have a chance to look at that and determine if that was what you were looking for or not?
Yes, it looks like, and thank you, Dr. Pittman. It looks like part of my question was answered about how long students have been in the program, current ESL students. So I would like to still ask for the data about those students who exit, how many years, at what point are they exiting? That has been a concern that this board has raised before, so I would like to monitor that, so.
And to clarify, do you mean how many years does it take them to exit the program?
Yes, yeah, like, are they exiting when they are at in their 6th year
Mhm.
of ESL or their 4th year? Yeah, does that make sense? or is that what you were saying?
That's helpful clarification. Did you, Ms. Umstead, you had some questions or comments?
I just had additional clarification on what we're looking for. Like, are we looking at like year one number of students who exit, year two number of students who exit, year three? Are you looking for like a trend over time?
Yes, I think a trend over time would be helpful, maybe for the past 3 years or something like that. But students exiting this, say 23, 24, elementary, middle, high, how many years had they been in the program? Had they been in one? Were they exited after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 7 years? We need to know that. And yes, the time context would be great as well.
So any students who exited in the past school year, how many years they were in, but just capturing in the 23-24 school year.
Yes, I think my ask was just 23, 24, but historical data would be
I was
great
just,
too.
I was
Thanks
trying to
for asking.
clarify before I knew we were going to ask for consensus. I was just trying to clarify what we were looking for. So that's helpful.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Harold Goff.
I would just like to know, what that data will help, what is it that you seek to learn from that data? Like, how, that's the simple question, like what, help me understand what you're seeking also from that additional data.
So I think that data helps us to understand, and thanks for that question. Not only how many students pass the access test, but at what point, how long it takes our students compared to, and are they somewhat isolated from their peers for an extended amount of time, or are they able to integrate into the mainstream learning relatively quickly? And is it different at elementary, middle, high? Because a lot of our ESL students who are in elementary are children who were born here, who have spoken Spanish all their lives. And it's a bit of a different experience that they have versus our high school students who might be recent immigrants or middle school students. And the acculturation process is a bit different. And does that affect also like how quickly they're able to exit the program? And sometimes I think the stakes are a bit higher for our older students as well. So that's some of what I'm getting at. Thank you for that question.
I know Ms. Rogers had a question and then Ms. Umstead. Ms. Umstead and then Ms. Rogers.
It was just like a little more clarity than as I hear you talked about, Ms. Chavez, what you're looking for. Because I believe some ESL students are pulling out, but maybe not all of them are pulling out, right? In pullouts groups. So they would be inside of they would have a normal schedule within the day. So I'm wondering if we're looking for something different than when it comes to the data pieces there. Like, are we looking for students who have that separate pullout setting? I don't know. We might need to tease around with that data a little bit more, what we're looking for. Or is it maybe an average number of years it takes students to exit the program? I'm just wondering kind of where we are anyway. So a little more clear, just a little more clarity on before we get asked what we want to agree to. What are we getting clarity on what data we're looking for?
Ms. Chavez, did you?
We have multitude of ways that models of instruction. So some of it could be co-teaching, some of it might be pull out during their intervention blocks. And we do try to not disrupt instruction from their mainstream classrooms. There's small group time in elementary, which is ideal for EC, ESL, AIG, anybody who needs pull out. That's elementary. Middle and high school, they get a discovery period in middle school where the long-term English learners or the more advanced students, they go to their regular classes, but then they get that period to be able to do an access prep and make sure that they can exit. And then we offer for the between newcomer and intermediate, those 0 to 6-year students, they are offered sheltered English classes, sheltered math classes. As in our high schools, we have several options for sheltered classes. So they are always exposed to their grade level content, but then they get that differentiation for language access.
Thank you for explaining that. I would just ask that the data be represented however it makes most sense. Maybe breaking out the new by program in high school or middle school. But yeah, I think, and then students who, whether they're in either program, how long it took them to exit the ESL program.
Now, Ms. Rogers.
I'd like to say that I'd like to see that data as well. I think we're still doing the English Language Learner Academies, correct?
The ones we were doing Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
I think those were done with ESSER funds.
So we're not doing
So
those
we-
anymore. Interesting. Okay. I'd really be interested in knowing that now, or, as we are moving out of, to see if that helped students to move quicker through the program. Yeah. That would be my thoughts on that. I didn't have any other ELL questions. I did have a question for, I guess, Dr. King, particularly about C.C. Spalding and Forest View moving out of low performing. And you mentioned that schools are right on the line and slip in and out of low performing status. Can you anybody speak to how long these schools were in low performing status? Okay.
We'll look at that. I think we're
Okay.
gonna pull it up. You said you want to know how long they were, CC Spalding was low performing.
Mm-hmm, and Forest View. That's fine. While you're looking that up, it's a sort of softball question, I think. I hope. Some of these schools are low performing. What can our families and parents expect culturally and otherwise in terms of learning for their students at low performing schools? And should they expect their student outcomes to be any different because they're at low performing schools? Same thing with educators. Should educators be scared to go and teach at low performing schools? I don't think so. But can you speak to some of the whys and what you're seeing happening in those schools?
Yeah, so, and I'd invite anybody else to join me. I worked in many what was the predecessor of low performing schools before that was the designation. Very often in years where we don't have as many financial challenges as we're experiencing this year, it's very often the case that we are able to rush significant additional resources into low performing schools to try to address that issue. And sometimes we are even able to take action to reduce class size in those schools and provide additional supports to students. And hopefully as we move out of some of the challenges that we're facing now, we'll be in a position to do certainly a bit more of that. From the issue of the cultural question that you asked, I would certainly say no one should be afraid to work in schools that are low performing. Our former interim superintendent would often quip that schools and students, neither schools or students are low performing. They are schools that have been designated as low performing. And I would suggest, just based on some work that I've done in recent years. Last year, I served on the state's committee that worked to revise the state accountability system. And one of the things that we learned in that work, and I should say we did not succeed in that work, but one of the things that we learned in that work was that a great bit of that sometimes that designation, when you look at it, it has more to do with the system than the actual outcomes. So for instance, if you applied the Florida system, right, of accountability to North Carolina schools, the designations would be vastly different, right? And so what I would argue based on that, and that's the case for any number of states around the country. North Carolina has a very difficult, I would call it, accountability system. And very often our schools in North Carolina that are designated low performing, that are F schools, that are D schools, in other states would be B schools, would be C schools. And so I would suggest that what that tells us is that that designation does not necessarily speak to the quality of learning in those schools or the quality of students, and very often the quality of teaching in those schools. But it is very often, frankly, a function of the system as it exists. I think one of the things that Dr. Royster pointed out at the very beginning of his presentation was the idea about achievement, right? Our achievement score, right? Remembering that one of the primary basis of our accountability system is the achievement score. Dr. Royster, I believe 80% of the determination.
Yes, 80% for achievement, 20% for growth.
That is a measure about what happened over a 3-hour period of time, one day in 1 year. And I would argue, and I think there is data out there that tells us if you gave that same test to that same group of students on another day in that same year, those outcomes might be drastically different. And so, certainly no one, in my opinion, should ever be concerned about working in one of those settings. I know that I have, visited many of our schools that carry that designation. They are wonderful learning environments with wonderful educators and most definitely wonderful scholars who are working hard to reach the levels of achievement that we would hold for them.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Byer?
Dr. King, I just wanted to thank you for your work on that task force and not to give up on the notion that we can fix this in North Carolina. This system of labeling and stigmatizing schools, educators, and children is by design. It is not by design to support students. It is by design to continue to chronically underfund our children who deserve a sound basic education in the state of North Carolina, guaranteed by our state's constitution. And so I encourage us to look for something different to call these specially loved schools, support schools, whatever we're calling them, and look for ways to actually measure what is going on in those schools and the people that are represented, and not to buy into a system that was designed to exactly stigmatize children of color in this state. I love so many things about North Carolina and what we used to do right, and this is not one of them. So I know we have to report this silliness, but I look forward to us actually looking to how we can celebrate what's going on and the people and the learning that are going on within each of these school communities. And I don't want any of our educators, our parents, our principals to feel the burden of this status. So I think it behooves us to look forward and to lift up those students in those schools. I'd be interested, and I can go to the site and check, but most of them probably met growth, right? I mean, a lot of them met growth, but meeting growth isn't enough in North Carolina. That's another flaw that's intentional of this system, so.
You're right. Again, when you think about the fact that 80% of our schools met growth, a large portion of those students met growth, which means that the overwhelming majority of students in that school earned a year's worth of learning for a year's worth of instruction. And that's really what we look for.
And the other hope that I would have is, Dr. Lewis, as you're out listening and learning with our community, looking at our strategic plan, we set some audacious goals in some of these subgroups that those decisions were made kind of quickly. And if you need to revise those SMART stretch goals so that they do not discourage the folks doing some of our hardest work, I think our board is here to support the folks that are actually working with a lot of those subgroups and ways that those might need to be tweaked. That's been on my heart since we took a vote that was quickly rushed months ago. So I just I appreciate your team, Dr. Royster, for bringing this. There's some highlights here. There's more like concern for how do we keep things moving forward, but not with a culture of fear that intimidates our folks doing really hard work, but with a culture of joy that celebrates what is going on. And that's why the things of growing together that I'm excited about are actually bringing diversity and inclusiveness to our schools, adding Spanish to every elementary school, doing qualitative things that change children's lives and make school the joyful place that it should be for learning. So thanks for sharing data.
Other comments or questions from colleagues? Yes, Ms. Harold-Goff.
I'm going to try to make this is almost mute, but it is a question, so I'm going to put it out there. I agree with everything that has just been said. Combing through everything that we've just seen is a bit daunting. It tells one story. I'm interested in hearing from, administration, or not now, or, but understanding more about what is useful, because we have to share or figuring out where our story lies within this data that we know is, in my opinion, is flawed. One question that I did see that arose out of I noticed 95% of AG students, graduation rate 95% AG. And so my question was, I've been wanting to ask how, I know that our district has done a lot of work to diversify who's identified as academically gifted and defining that definition of academically gifted. I noticed in that same slide, it showed the other subgroups. And so I'm wondering what percentage of those subgroups account for that 95% of AG, what does that look like and where to find that? Because I'm curious to know if this 95% of AG that are graduating, how diverse is that population? That's 95%. It showed it on the same slide with these other subgroups. I'm wondering how much of those subgroups are a part of that AG population with that really high graduation rate. Does that make sense? Is my question clear? And that's not something that we have to pull out right now. That's just, I'm thinking of questions from what we saw that could raise other questions, like, and where we could find those things. Because like I said, it was a lot of data, that didn't really tell the story, I feel. It doesn't tell the story the way that we know of what's going on in our buildings. So, but the things that are in there, what do we need to pull out? And what questions can we be asking from that?
Thank you. I think those are really valuable questions to ask, and they remind me to mention that I do think that what Ms. Beyer mentioned earlier about kind of returning to some of this data on an annual basis in a more focused way, like having a presentation dedicated to ELL, have a presentation dedicated to AIG, where we can dig really deep into these and know to expect that each year, to me feels helpful. I appreciate all that's been shared so far. I think what I'm holding is the tension between what Ms. Umstead referred to earlier about the importance of data to be a flashlight or shine a light, like a flashlight rather than a hammer. And I think while, as we've said, the test scores don't define our students' worth, they do sometimes highlight challenges that need to be addressed. Sometimes it's challenges that can be addressed within the school system, and oftentimes it's challenges that will be addressed, hopefully, or can be addressed through other systems, right? And so I think that I don't want us, while I think we can talk about the limitations of data, I think that it's also not wise to ignore data, especially when it highlights some schools that ideally we could dedicate additional support and resources towards when they need those and when those students need those, because it's not the numbers that matter, the numbers that come from, as was stated, a single test on a single day. What matters is that our kids are learning, and they all deserve to learn in our school system. So if kids are not able to learn, then that is our responsibility. That's all from me. Does anybody have, Mr. Tab, do you have something to share? Miss Umstead and then Miss Harold Goff.
Thank y'all for this presentation. I appreciate it. We know we have to do it every year, and it does give us it is a snapshot of where our students are. And I think what excites me generally about public schools is that there are places where all children are coming to get an education and receive an education. And I often think about when students spend 12, 13 years, sometimes 14 years with us, how do we make sure they graduate ready for college or career, whatever is next? And so when I think about this data, I also think about that's one story. What is the story of all of our high school graduates, and are they ready for whatever is next, right? Are they able to read at a level that will make sure they can complete a job application or complete different trainings or different certification classes? Are they able to do the right math skills and reading skills and writing skills for what's next? And so that's the other part of the story that doesn't always get captured in this data, but it's something that I think about. A couple of questions I have that would be actually in the next presentation. So I'm grateful to hear there's a kind of what now and then what's next. I would love to know about how we're supporting. I know we have a growing and large number of beginning teachers in our district, and would love to know how our supports for those folks and helping support the end of our student outcomes would be interesting to hear. And I'll ask all these questions. Y'all decide when they come to us, because they might not need to be in the same presentation. I'm curious about how we're evaluating curriculum. I know we made a curriculum adoption a couple of years ago, wanting to make sure that all of our schools kind of are having similar high quality resources, and how that's going, what we're seeing is working, and what maybe we're making changes or adding supplemental materials to. I'm also curious about subgroup interventions. And so we have already highlighted a couple of groups already. And so what other subgroup interventions might be happening. And then also just generally the process for how schools are using this data and evaluating it and making plans to move forward. So I know every school is looking at their students and making different plans. And so I think it'd be helpful for us as a board to kind of understand that process of what's the continuous improvement process that schools are taking to make sure that they're using the data to inform their instructional practices. Because I also know, again, every school is going to have a different plan for how they're supporting the students in their schools around academic growth. And so those are a couple of things that I'm thinking about that's in the part of what's next. I know that this year too is going to be different. We do not have our ESSER funding. We moved around some positions that we were able to lose in the ESSER funding. And so I'm curious if there's any other in that presentation ways that the board can be doing things to better support our schools, or ways that we want to pull in community members to better support our schools. I often hear folks saying, what can we do? We want to support young people. What can we do? Because I know that this year will feel different than the past couple of years with that loss of funding and shifting in positions. So.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Something else that I was considering is how are we going to share our data around our student outcomes in a way that is engaging for community? How can we help them to understand the story of what the data is telling us, and how community, our families, our even for our students, what this means, how is how are we considering how we're going to share that out as we're thinking about our community engagement strategies?
Any other comments or? Dr.
Yeah,
Rose?
first of all, thank you, Dr. Royster, and your team for this presentation. Also want to highlight Dr. Royster for recently winning the Special Persons Award by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. So congratulations there. And just to echo some of the things that's already been said, this is just one data point. It's not the end all be all. But what it allows us to do is ask questions. It allows us to look at the data and identify barriers, identify resources that students and teachers may not have. And so for me, it's about the process of ensuring that all of our classrooms are spaces of high levels of engagement, high levels of rigor. And if just so happen we're given an assessment, our kids are going to do well. But I'm not interested in chasing tests because we do know that North Carolina is still looking at ways of revamping its accountability system, and then we'll have to shift and chase numbers again. So it's really about looking at each individual classroom, looking at those high yield strategies, what our educators already know works in classrooms. And you often hear me say the number one decisive factors in terms of improving student outcomes is indeed the individual classroom teacher. And so ensuring that the teachers have the resources and materials that they need to be successful, and analyzing the resources that we're putting in front of our students, and making sure that all our environments are set up where there's a high level of high expectations for all of our students. Those are the things that works in schools. And there is an upcoming report, strategic plan priority 1 update, which includes all of the subgroups. And so we'll share that. Again, we're not interested in just showing data to admire the data, but we also want to look at what are we doing about the data in terms of providing those resources and asking those questions. Our schools are crafting their school improvement plans and sharing the data with their school communities, and then identifying additional supports that they may need as well. So more to come on what we're doing as a result of this data.
And my great team back there, we have the answer to that question about Forest View and CC Spalding. So Forest View, they were in low performing since 2021, 2022. So that was 2 years, last 2 years. And then CC Spalding was in low performing since 17-18 school year. So the last 5 years. So that's their status or how long they were in low performing. And of course, they came out this past school year.
Thank you. Great work, everybody.
Thanks, Dr. Royster. Okay, next item on the agenda is the opening of schools update. And
So I'm going to invite the team in. Good evening. We have a series of presenters that will highlight as a follow-up from our August, I believe, 8th work session where we gave some preliminary opening of schools information. Tonight, we will bring additional updates on human resources, student assignment, some transportation updates, and updates on child nutrition or school nutrition services. So I believe we will begin with the next slides. You can go to human resources, and Dr. Lissain will begin the conversation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I was going to say, I know we've been here a minute. This is a human capital, and I want to clarify right here that the information that's provided on this slide is regarding our staff vacancies. And so this information captures the vacancies as of 10/3/2024, and it specifically captures classroom-based vacancies. Obviously, we have more vacancies than this, but this is focused on classroom-based vacancies. You will hear some information about other key areas, such as transportation, a little later on in the presentation. And so this information is cumulative. So let me explain what that means. So you may see people here or vacancies here in multiple categories. So say, for instance, the first 4 bullet points that are designed to capture grade level vacancies, they add up to the 110 that you see at the top. However, let's say if you were looking at the elementary vacancies, you have EC vacancies that are in there. If you're looking at middle and high, you have math and science teacher vacancies in there. Related to that, when you look at instructional assistants and the total we have there of the 36 vacancies, those 26 ECIA vacancies are counted in the total of 36. And so when you're looking at this data, it only has meaning if you have something to compare it to. And so I would like to talk about where we were this time last year and what we're finding. We've been through a lot in the last year, and what we are finding is that the numbers are aligned. And so just to give you a couple of specifics, this very same time last year, we were still tinkering about 108 teacher vacancies, total teacher vacancies last year. Okay. And then at the same time last year, we were looking at about 38 instructional assistant vacancies. And in the other categories, we had about the same EC, math, and science vacancies. But one thing that is particularly notable is that this time last year, we had 38 pre-K vacancies. And that number of 2 is accurate. Both of those happen to be EC pre-K vacancies. We have no regular, standard pre-K room vacancies, but we do have the 2 EC pre-K vacancies. The other thing that I would like to capture for the human capital side are just some of the strategies. What are we doing? We've had to retool some things. We have traditionally where we go out, we have really vetted, particularly with our budget, what career fairs we go to, who's given us the biggest bang for our buck. And so really looking at where are we able to get the best candidates, how many of them tend to stay. And so we have a number of universities right in our own backyard, but both looking in and out of state, we have really zoned in on particular recruitment sites to get our efforts. The other thing that we found is that career fair may not be the best opportunity, but a lot of times when you get engaged with universities and other areas, those actually become better recruitment opportunities. So if we have individuals of the staff that can go and present at a university in a classroom, and it's a classroom full of teacher candidates, then you maximize that opportunity. Or if there's some type of, before we have had other interactions at NCCU where maybe we provided lunch for a group of teacher candidates, and then that became our recruitment event. And so thinking outside of the boxes in those ways, I think I want to really commend our supervisors, our principals, our assistant principals. We see different use of our tools. We often talk about our systems and different things like that, but even with the use of Frontline, there are a lot of tools that had not been maximized that we find our staff are maximizing that helps us make sure that we see when there's just this portal of all of these candidates, how do you narrow them down to the ones that really may be ideal candidates for you to interview and those sorts of things. So using those tools to both identify and communicate with candidates yields great differences. Within our substitute pool, and I would say particularly long-term substitutes, actually going in and reviewing the credentials of those individuals. And we've actually had a number of long-term substitutes in particular sign on as full-time permanent teachers for us. So we have been able to get some gains there. Working with our partner organizations and even looking into new opportunities. You're aware of the partnership that we have with Wake County for CCTI, which offers basically our own personal EPP for alternative candidates, but also working with other EPPs. We have some new ones on the horizon that offer great opportunities. I would like to also highlight some of the new programming at Durham Tech. for IAs and different candidates to become teachers. We're trying to maximize those pieces also. We have our longstanding TA to TP program, but we also have other things. This year we celebrate, we have our first Bull City teaching candidate who's enrolled in college now as a DPS grad. So we look to see more of that over time. And our full release mentors, I wanted to take an opportunity to lift them up because these individuals, when we go out recruiting and you're talking about all of the things that Durham has to offer, candidates love hearing about our focus on equity. They love just hearing about the area. But when you talk about full-time positions that are dedicated to their support, you get a different facial expression. You get a different response. And so that, as well as compensation and all of those things, are very important to new candidates who want to ensure that they're able to be successful. The one thing that we're really focused on, some targeted partnership with NCCU right now through our collaboration with Branch Ed, is really looking at how can we develop teacher candidacy. We do not want to miss opportunities with our middle school and high school students to be able to say, for them to say, while they're in our schools, we want to choose education as a profession. And so that work is really ramping up and a huge area of focus for us. And so that's just some updates for you on the opening of schools and where we are with human capital. Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Palmer is going to take the next section.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Good evening, all. And it's with pleasure that I share some good information with regards to student enrollment here in Durham Public Schools in this section. Let's go to the next slide, please. So for the first time in a while, Durham Public Schools enrollment is up. We were fortunate this year to see an increase in enrollment. You see that our enrollment itself is over the projection that we had. We had projected 31,034. We have come in as of, if Dr. Royster is still in the building, he can verify. I believe that number is fresh off the press, 31,165. Notably, that enrollment is largest in the elementary tier, which is excellent, a reflection of some of our work that we've been doing collectively. In addition, you can see our utilization and capacity in relationship to enrollment. At an elementary and middle school level today, we're in a healthy place at a regional and grade level configuration. We want to be in that 85 to 90% window. That said, high school enrollment is significant right now. We are seeing rebound post-COVID in high school. Our high schools are bursting, particularly at Riverside and at Jordan, over 2,000 students at each campus. When we are over-enrolled, traffic is hard, lunch is difficult to serve, and we go on from there operationally and administratively at a school level. I'm naming it for the room. It is a good problem to have, but it is a problem that we have. Next slide, please. This is just a review of our transfer data information as it pertains to this past year. I'm sharing this on behalf of the Office of Student Assignment. This demonstrates the number of student transfers received and those that were appealed to the superintendent and the board for additional consideration. As a reminder, transfers are considered based on Board Policy 4132. This is an update on the slides that were shared on August 8th at the board work session. Next slide, please. With regards to transportation, next slide. We are mapping out the system here for you this evening. I have asked Director Harris to focus on the health of his family and his staff. Ms. Fullwood is with me this evening, as too is Director Keaton for school nutrition. So I'm going to give a high-level overview of where we're at and the hard work we've done in preparation for the opening of schools this year. Five components of a transportation system, and it really does start with our students that have enrolled in PowerSchool during the enrollment process. Do I need a ride to school? When we met on August 8th, The answer to that was 17,000 students needed a ride to school, and we had those routes covered. Ms. Fullwood had routed them, and we had drivers assigned. We were ready to open school. As we opened school, 5,000 additional students, and on the next slide, you'll see the exact number. If you could go to the next slide, and we'll come back to this one. This is our new student access request to the Edulog Parent Portal. What it is showing in clear ways on a timeline week-by-week horizon is that transportation received over 5,000, actually 6,000 requests in a very short amount of time. And I want everyone in the room to pause for a second, look up for your screens, and see the woman behind me. This is Annie Fullwood, and she did not sleep for a month to get these students on a bus route. Annie, thank you for your dedication to Durham Public Schools. This is hard work. You are a champion of our children. You care about these children. You work with their parents, and you do everything you can. Thank you for what you and your team have done for our students. But the work is not done. If you could go back to the previous slide. Thank you. The challenge is this. As Ms. Fullwood, our Assistant Director of Ridership, is assigning students to buses, where we were with regards to our staffing and buses in August, remember, we were at 17,000, now we're at nearly 22,000. The challenge there with 21,672 students and 131 school bus drivers. That's an all-time high in ridership and an all-time low in bus driver workforce development. We have been at the table with the Board of Education for 2 years with regards to the bus driver crisis. We have initiated the first Love the Bus 100 bus driver recruitment campaign. We have received an MOU from the North Carolina Department of Motor Vehicles to train our own bus drivers. However, this is a long-term national crisis. This is where we're at. We have 131 drivers. Of that, 20 to 30 call out on a daily basis. What that means is, though we've done the other work, we've done bell tiers, and our tier structure, we'll talk about that in a second. Our distances are now shorter with Growing Together. They are shorter trips. That is all coming together to help us operate. But when we don't have enough drivers, Ms. Fullwood was not instructed to not assign students. You recall administration and the public and all of us said, let's get those students assigned a bus. What happens when we assign all of those students as a bus level, if we don't have enough drivers, there's no cap. Well, we didn't say to Annie assign 431 drivers. We said, let's prioritize making sure we get them a bus. Correspondingly, we have been running double, triple, and quadruple tiers at a bus operations level now for the better part of the last month. That means no one to answer phones at the bus lot. That means all of the crisis points that you've seen and observed on a daily basis. We are truly on our hands and knees asking for administrative and board help with regards to the bus driver crisis. That is not unique to Durham. In other communities, they respond in creative ways. In other communities, we're able to call the mayor and the city picks up all the high schoolers. We're not able to do that. We live in a rural and suburban and urban county all at once. In other communities, they have deployed walk zones. We have those in board policy. 40% of our students live within 1.5 miles of schools. However, we have not deployed those. We have a progressive agenda. We have a compassionate heart in Durham. The corresponding implication of that is that we are not able to carry all of our students. And starting this week, we have had to reduce service. It is unfortunate, it is painful, and it is unfair. It hurts to say, when Joe calls me at 5 a.m. and says, we don't have enough drivers today, we have to be candid and clear in early communication with our community and with our administrative and academic staff to say, this is where we are today. Today, we couldn't carry 10% of our routes. We had callouts and we have a driver shortage. That is the reality for us on a day-to-day basis. The implications of that are profound, and we're not lost on that. The pathway to the schoolhouse is one of the surest ways to ensure an equitable opportunity for every child. That is what drives our team on a daily basis and in our work, truly sun up to sundown. To sharpen the pencil and move on to the next section here. From a bus route perspective, we have 425 trips that are scheduled in the AM and 425 in the PM. That is inclusive of our regular bus ridership as well as our ECIEP-based ridership. Because you'll recall 2 years ago, we migrated from 2 tiers or 2 bell start times to 3, 7:45 for elementary, 8:30 for middle, and 9:15 for high school. It allows us to take that 425 and divide it not by 2. So if we only had the old bell schedule, we'd need over 200 bus drivers still. This is saying in very clear terms, we need 160 to pad for callouts and so forth. At a minimum, we need 151 and we have 131. Now I want to acknowledge our drivers and our area and assistant area managers. Folks, I have to be very candid with the board and with the public. People are working so hard and they are getting tired and they are overstretched and they are stressed and they are falling and getting hurt, and it is real. I have expressed this countless times to my colleagues. We need help. Next slide, please. Next slide. We are fortunate that in North Carolina, we received the Department of Transportation's award for the first Safe Routes to School grant in the history of North Carolina public education. We are working actively with Go Durham to develop middle and high school transit ridership guides to ensure that all of our high schools, which now have easements and bus stops with them, you'll note at Hillside High School, we have a protected bus stop. That affords the ability for us to partner with our city and county colleagues. That said, none of these options that we have within Safe Routes to School are an alternative to ensuring that every child has an equitable bus ride allocation. We do not perceive our efforts in Safe Routes to School as a remedy or an alternative to bus ridership, much more towards providing access to education for a healthy lifestyle. It also allows us to prioritize our community infrastructure needs with NCDOT and the Durham community. As you may recall, there's a $110 million sidewalk infrastructure bond on the ballot this fall. If you look at Southern High School and look at all the students that live around the high school, but those that are walking in ditches and gullies to get to school, this is the kind of project that can say, this is where we need help. But DPS needs help, we really do. Next slide, please. With school nutrition, we have some good stories to tell. Next slide. The Community Eligibility Provision, or CEP, was effective July 1st. All we had to do was what we were already doing, which is allocate our federal funding to the schools and students that needed it most. And we were doing that thanks to the leadership of the administration, and particularly Dr. King. Your support here was essential. We had forecasted a 10% increase in participation. Director Keaton and his staff are vastly exceeding that. I want to thank Jim as well as Dr. Thayer and Robin Brooks, our leaders in school nutrition, through seeing through this migration to community eligibility, providing free breakfast and lunch to all children, and to our school nutrition staff. We're serving more kids, and they do need that food. Thank you for what you do. Next slide, please. In addition to needing that food, we need to make that food better. We have migrated our menus. We have improved with local sourcing food. We are tying together, you'll recall with Growing Together, global language instruction for every child. When we have children understanding the language they're learning can be tied to the food they're eating in a truly culturally immersive way, we're hearing stories from our students that are expressing just that. Local ingredients from here in the South, North Carolina, and Durham. More scratch cooking, working with our kitchen staff to have produce brought in, prepared within the kitchen, and delivered directly to our children. Not warmed up food in plastic bags. But we're not done. We have a $15.4 million kitchen equipment deficit. We have been asking for support on that for the last 4 years from operational leadership in the administration and the county. This is a noted need, and it is chronic, and it is definitely impacting our ability to equitably offer the same menu at every school. If an oven's down, we can't offer the same food that we would that's on the menu. Next slide, please. That here for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. Colleagues yes, Mr. Tab.
Yes, thank you so much to everyone for these presentations. I have a lot of questions, but I won't use this time to ask. So I want to start with transportation. Those students that are arriving late, are we tracking those students academically for opportunities for their work to be made up? Or I'm asking about tracking, or is it just left up to the teacher to say, okay, you were giving us a ticket to come to class, a late bus ticket, and that's it? Or is there some type of data tracking to make sure that at the end, we're not running into situations where the kid is being academically scored low because of late bus?
Obviously, if there's a late bus, obviously out of the control of the family and the student, we don't mark the student absent, and we do give them opportunity to make up any missed assignments. But as far as tracking, a formal way of tracking,
Yes.
I have to find out from schools if they have a formalized way of tracking, whether it's in Power School or another method to indicate, say at the end of the 9 weeks, how many students I had late for buses, or in this class, it was these 4 students were late 50% of the time, making these numbers up at 50% of the time. As a result, what does their academics look like? We can bring that back.
Can I piggyback?
Absolutely.
This is one of the questions that I sent earlier today. This is not the first time that we've had a transportation problem. And we are tracking data around, our student proficiency rates and scores. Did operations or transportation make a request to academics ahead of time to ask for particular courses to be taught different times of the day so that students wouldn't necessarily miss like 8th grade math instruction where we're trying to improve scores, or things of that nature early on when we knew we didn't quite have enough bus drivers? Were those kinds of requests made? Any kind of request similar?
So no similar request was made of that kind, but I would note, honestly, those schedules would have already been created before they would have known that that was the case. Those are the kinds of things that we have to kind of put in broad strokes in place. For instance, this year, we'll be doing that in February for next year. So unfortunately, that was not something that they would have had the opportunity to do.
Ms. Lumsden.
Can I just piggyback off of that? Just, Dr. Lewis, I appreciate you talking really clearly about the tardies, but I think we might need to send some reminder guidance to schools, because I have heard from families that students have been marked tardy, or students have absences in classes, and we remind teachers to work with them with makeup work. We know we're working towards getting them into the class, but I think we might need schools to get creative around that, because I have heard frustration from parents around, I'm getting these calls or I'm getting these tardy messages when my student is late from the bus.
I just want to share, Dr. Rocha and I have been working on this issue this week. In North Carolina, there are a couple of barriers that we are trying to figure out how to work our way around. Right now, when students are absent, in order to mark them unexcused, there are only a couple of codes that we can connect that to, and none of them is transportation. So we are working very diligently right now to identify a way that we can adjust in order to achieve this. We will, however, make sure that schools are aware. And part of that work is about making sure it is clear that there should be no negative outcome or no negative consequence for students, particularly in setting, for instance, we have a few scenarios where, transportation at this point is pretty clear about the fact that they don't have a driver for a route. And so there should be no negative consequence for any student who is on one of those routes. But we are having to work through some kind of technical issues in order to make that work based on the North Carolina system. And to be clear, there is a way that we could ask the board to shift policy to make that happen. And what I would share with you is that we are looking for a way to do that without going to that route. If we can't figure it out in the next couple of days, you can expect that we will be making that request of you when we get together on the 24th.
Did you,
Okay, go, let's go ahead.
Ms. Rogers?
I would follow in the footsteps of my colleague, Ms. Byer, and say that changes around transportation policy feel urgent. As I sit in carpool every day because the bus is not secured for my kid, I think through how urgent it is. When I see the emails come in, I think through how urgent it is. And the board, I believe, would avail itself to make changes sooner if necessary, should we need to.
So the next, thank you. Next part of my question or comment is about equity. Even in busing, there are students that are privileged that can depend on their parents or other people to get them to school, whereas there may be other students that are not getting to school and they could be part of the same class. And I'm concerned that sometimes with educators, because certain kids still get to class on time or not too late, but other kids, especially kids of color or from different social economic groups that get to class after that class is almost over, could be treated differently. And this is why I want a tracking of those students. So we're making sure that kids are being treated fairly in those situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez?
I appreciate you raising that point, Mr. Tab. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for all the work on transportation. I think we're all feeling it in some kind of way, the crisis of not having enough bus drivers. Thank you for all the hours and thank you for all the bus drivers who are driving multiple shifts. And also parents who are picking up the slack. I'm wondering also if there are things we can do tonight. If there are any recommendations that you all would have, such as you mentioned about the city bus not being able to pick up all students across the county, but is it possible that they could pick up all students within the city? Is that, or is there some kind of, is there something that we might ask of the city that would help us to get our older students to school? I also want to ask about the walk zones. Is that something we should consider employing right now? Is there a way, do you know this, Mr. Palmer, how many routes that would save us if we employed walk zones? And I also want to ask, is there a way to determine, I live around the corner from Southern. I watch those kids walk. I mean, there's no sidewalk. It's just you're next to the street. I look forward to the day that we have a sidewalk on Clayton and the other nearby streets. But is there a way to determine or have schools been determined as having safe to walk zones versus not safe walk zones? What would you share on that? Yeah.
Ms. Chavez, I want to make sure to repeat the question only because this is a big topic that I'm going to be very intentionally delicate with. You're asking about walk zones with regards to what are my recommendations or observations or the feasibility of it or the data behind it?
Recommendations,
Okay,
feasibility. What else did you say?
data.
Data. Yeah, all of those things. What can we do right now? Because I think we're getting lots of emails, continuing to get emails. You all are getting calls and all of that about parents who are not able to make plans because they get last minute notifications that something has to change. And so then they're late to work, or they, this and that, or they have to leave work early. I'm wondering if we need to make shifts that would inconvenience some, but allow people to plan more for more consistent transportation. And so, yes, and it may be that walk zones, we should not utilize those, but I would like to ask the questions.
So, if I may, first point the board and administration to policy 6321 and 6322. These are existing board policies as respect to eligibility for transportation service. 6322 in particular outlines and stipulates guidance for administration to deploy transportation eligibility zones. Walk zones might be a little bit too, there's some connotations there, but for example, in our neighboring community of Chapel Hill, they're called no transportation zones, right? Which is saying, in effect, we're not providing yellow bus transportation within those areas or geographies. Before I say anything, let me just give you some information and data that is, again, a testament to the hard work of Ms. Fullwood, who is with me here tonight. So we have 425 bus routes, you recall that from the data slide before. 171 of those, or 40%, are within 1.5 miles. Board Policy 6322 says that and the state of North Carolina says, the only students who are eligible for transportation are those beyond 1.5 miles. We are providing courtesy bus service for 40% of our bus riders, which equates to 171 buses out of our 425. Of those, the distribution does not go evenly elementary, middle, and high. Growing Together did a wonderful job of bringing our kids closer to their schools. So of the 171, 120 of those are elementary riders. We want to be thoughtful and intentional about that. One of the benefits we had in our intergovernmental visit to Minneapolis and St. Paul was they don't do a uniform transportation zone. They actually scale it based on grade level. I'm saying that because my recommendation would need further counsel with administration on the board on where we are as a community for appetite. Since I've arrived in Durham Public Schools I've worked for the National Center for Safe Routes to School. This has been my career topic, and I think we need to be very thoughtful in the Durham context about where folks are at, what they perceive to be safe. That is a cultural connotation, and different contexts matter. Our team right now in the Safe Routes to School grant is evaluating the very question that you have. What are the contexts? What are even the perceptions of safety? Right? We could have a 10-hour conversation on just that one thing. And so I can't provide a recommendation without further counsel. I'm providing data. I can tell you at 1 mile, it's 70 elementary school buses that we would save, 7 middle and 2 high school. The total would be 96. So 170 at the 1.5 mile buffer, 96 at the mile buffer, and about 31.5 mile. So when we start talking about a transportation zone of a half mile, it does not help us that much, truthfully, if I'm just being candid with you. A lot of those students live near the school and there's reasons they need the bus. So I couldn't make a recommendation without further counsel and input, but I would share the data. The feasibility of it, again, I'm pointing back to existing board policy that we've never implemented, in part because it's a complicated topic. If there's an appetite for the board and administration to go in that direction, we would want to counsel with you all.
Thank you for that. And yes, of course, I wouldn't want you all to bring a thoughtful, well-discussed, recommendation. I, I would just want to offer a couple other thoughts. I'm wondering if there can be, if this is, something that we might have some kind of, community input on problem solving kind of, town hall. Is that needed, some kind of community conversation together, more, more ideas? Are there other ways that, our partners can help, our other entities can help, share transportation? And is there a way we can facilitate that? I know that parents are relying on other parents right now, but is there a way that we can support those efforts as well in the short term while we wait for the long-term strategies to take effect?
Is that a question for the board, or is that a question for administration?
I think it's for administration, but those are just some thoughts I have. And I'd be interested if you all have other, yeah, if that resonates with anything that you are thinking about, or if that might be part of what you bring back, some other creative problem solving, strategies next time.
Yes, Ms. Rogers.
I like that idea, Ms. Chavez. Mr. Palmer, you presented at the joint city-county meeting. Is that accurate? Did transportation come up at all? Was there any requests made? Any conversations about how the city and county could support this work?
I won't speak to, I believe there was a joint Board of Education County Commissioner meeting, and I think there were some crossover interests, not only in facilities, but community infrastructure, and the funding allocation and priorities around that. But our conversations are exclusively in those domains about enrollment and building funding for our capital improvement program. That is where that conversation lied. There are partnerships that we have with the City of Durham Transportation Department where we're actively working to promote collaboration on the Durham Youth Go Pass, which is seeing increases in ridership. We have folks that are taking pathway programs in CTE that are finding it more efficient to ride the city bus to Durham Station and take that on to Northern High School for the culinary program, as an example. I'm going further with that. You have a question? Yep.
Right, because they don't have to have the Go Pass right now, right?
Right. At this time, it is still free for all riders. Yep.
Okay, so no transportation didn't come up in that setting, and that would be something we'd have to take some action on. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. A very direct question, Mr. Palmer, thank you so much. Where are we right now today for information for parents if they know they do not have a driver and it's going to be that way for the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you already kind of have that data or that information based on not having a driver?
Mr. Tab, if I could answer that question, and I will impart, with Director Harris not here this evening, I'll answer it at a high level and say, it is truly a day by day, and I'm going to use his first name, Joe, is from sun up to sundown trying to figure out how we get every kid to and from school. And there are days where he has to raise his hand, and particularly this week, and say, we can't carry these 10 routes today. And that usually is about 5 a.m. when we make that decision, based on driver callouts that we start receiving at about 4 a.m. And those callouts could be for a variety of reasons. We're also deploying all of our administrative staff, as you know, as well. So when we reach a critical threshold, it's typically about 5:30 and a final decision needs to be made. That's when those calls are made. Yeah.
Let me rephrase the question then. Would there be data that would suggest that the same route has not occurred in a week's time?
We can certainly pull that information together.
Yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yep. And if there are patterns to that, we can explore
Yes.
further and share that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer, for this candid presentation for us and for answering our questions. I have so many, I sent many today. So I think this conversation will continue, but I think my overarching question after some of this back and forth is to return to, it's clear that this is a crisis. You're identifying it as such. You're saying that you need help. The board is saying, we want to help. This is urgent for us. What can we do? So for me, I want more, and I want to acknowledge too, not only are you and your team working incredibly hard right now, but you also hold so much expertise that we don't have. Like, I am not a transportation expert. I'll be the first one to say that. I'm not going to come up with the best idea, but I know that y'all could come up with some really great ideas. So could we request that a recommendation or a set of recommendations come to the board at our next board meeting that we can then discuss and try to start making some decisions on? And those could range from all sorts of different things. And again, I know that you all have expertise in this and would probably come up with some good ideas in conversation with other administrators.
In addition to that, I would like Mr. Palmer to address the work that has been done just this past week. We have heard and experienced issues with Edulog and met with, I'll just let you kind of share some of the work that's been done just this past week.
We were fortunate enough, Dr. Lewis provided an opportunity for us to meet to discuss the driver shortage issues. And so Dr. Lewis, I'll share it. I think you were thinking it would be just you and I brought an entire armada of researchers and practitioners and said, I'm going to bring the best minds in the country. Edulog took a red eye from Montana. We have research faculty from NC State University. We have folks that are the routing trainers from NC DPI, Ms. Fullwood, Director Harris, Assistant Director Leak, our technology coordinator. We roundtabled on this. There are tactics that we can deploy based on other school systems in North Carolina. I would not want us to get caught on just a zone of eligibility for transportation. And I will be candid with the board and administration and the public. There's no easy buttons here. We call these in planning. These are wicked problems. There's a long-term driver workforce intentionality about our work. Our recruitment training and compliance coordinators just started a few weeks ago. The ink is just drying on the MOU with DMV. We have to build our own driver training curriculum that we couldn't do until we had that. So the drivers are in process for development, and we do have 32 in the queue. That said, they have to get through class. We know that there's attrition with this job. And if I could speak it to the room for a moment, the cost of living in Durham is very high and the pay for drivers is not high enough, right? This is not an easy job, and our drivers will often tell you that. I encourage anyone to come with me and Director Harris, come talk to our drivers and see what it's like to go through the process of trying to get kids to school. It is hard. We have at least 6 tactics that we've reviewed with this think tank, with Cabinet and with Dr. Lewis. We brought all the minds together, but no direction itself doesn't have consequences for other implications, fiscally, academically, other employment positions. There's no easy button that we can simply say, well, we simply will do this one thing and that will address it. It may cost some money. It probably will need to be a collaborated effort, and we would want to counsel that with administration on what that could look like and trade-offs. What are we willing to let go of on some levels to do this?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think we are here to solve big insurmountable problems and take risks in doing that. And I think there's a willingness to do that here. So I appreciate all of the work that you've put in, and I look forward to some recommendations, again, outside the box, knowing that there's lots of different things we've got to do here. But please let us know what we need to do to support this work, but whether it be, and that's part of all related to the big problem of how to get transportation, but also the problem of communicating with families. Like we were discussing earlier, what needs to be done to make sure that all families have the information that they need in order to plan for transportation as well, or not having transportation. And if you need something else to make that feasible, then please let us know so that we can make sure that that's in place rather than just asking you to do it and not giving you what you need. Ms. Byer, I hear, no. Okay, Ms. Umstead?
I know we honed in on transportation here, but thank y'all for this overall big picture update. I'll start with transportation, then I'll go to the other pieces. I appreciate your candidness tonight. I think it's helpful for us to get a big picture of what's happening. And it makes me wonder, what part of that we also share out to families. I think there might be something coming though, in a way that might feel different than what we've done before, but say we have this many drivers and this many routes, and every day at 5 a.m. we're making a call, like that kind of, I think communication also lets our community know, as frustrating as it is that they may not have routes, that like we're tirelessly working on this. And I know that our staff are, like, I can't imagine y'all have to be waking up at 3:30 in the morning. And then the last call has to be around 8 p.m. Like that's a long day. And I want to acknowledge and recognize that. And I think how we communicate that out to families, I think is really vital and important. So they know we're working every day, all day on this issue. And we know it's still frustrating because it hasn't been fixed yet. And I think that'll be different for us, but I think it might be an important shift for us to make. I wonder too, with growing together, we grandfathered in students. And do we expect in a year or two that this might shift, or just like after this year, then one more year? As some, and that you don't have to answer that question now, Mr. Palmer, unless you have one. Because of the grandfathering of students, which our board said we wanted to do based on feedback from families, we'll see the number of routes needed drop based off that shift.
Indeed, indeed. And even I will say, if I may take liberty with your question, I think there's a broader elephant in the room of, is this all because of growing together? I want to name it here and say, please go back and review the board packet from January 19th, 2023. It's on YouTube and it is also posted. In the slide deck, you will see at that time, we had 188 route packages and 145 drivers. This was in January of 2023. Today, due to the work of Ms. Fullwood, we have 151 route packages and 131 drivers. Okay. So take Growing Together aside. We're just talking about a broader, Annie has been able to optimize and bring so much efficiency. So I'm going to work with your question here for a moment. In that presentation, we said, if we were to do no legacy, we would go from 188 routes to 130. Right. We also shared, if we legacied fourth grade, fifth grade, what are the implications for that? We said if we were to legacy fourth and fifth grade, which we did, it would be 230 routes. But you heard me say 151. Right? Let me tell you how and why. And the woman behind me is the work behind it. Bell schedule changes, driver recruitment, route optimization, plan stop evaluation, all of this work helped our team be as efficient. When you've heard people say squeezing the turnip or turning the turnip and getting everything, there's nothing left for our folks to give. We need people. We really do. And at a certain point, it's not about, there's no researcher that's going to come in the door as a consultant and fix a problem that is a human workforce development problem. And we said then we would need a minimum of 200 drivers. We're sitting at 131. And so I'm naming that for you to say, it wasn't 230 for implementing Growing Together, it was 151, and we prepared for this. What we didn't prepare for was losing about 15 or 20 drivers right before the start of the school year and an all-time record high in ridership irrespective of Growing Together. That was not in our cards, and it really unmoored us. Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm glad to hear about the roundtable conversation you had too. I think it's always sometimes helpful to have some outside perspectives as we live and breathe a problem, having some people from outside of that perspective to help think about solutions. I also wonder, again, this is just me brainstorming, right? If we have community conversation, is there a way that, as Duke transportation drivers or city transportation drivers are on their off days, if they pick up routes for us? I know that pay wise is challenging because we're not at the same rate, but I'm just wondering if some of those different substitute methods or something could help us. And it's, I heard you say 15 drivers made a huge difference. I know Durham is a vast and large community. I feel like if all of us get on it, can we find at least 15 or 10 that can make a huge difference for our families? And so that's just another thing that's going around in my mind. And I'm glad that you all are going to send out some guidance and thinking about the power school and how we code them. I think that's really important. And I recognize we're asking you to, bring us recommendations, which I think is vital while people are all driving the bus all day, every day. So I just want to acknowledge and appreciate you and the transportation team, and the principals and teachers and all kinds of other folks in our district who are doing multiple jobs, getting folks to school. I talked to a teacher who does the route in the morning, goes to teach, and does a route in the afternoon. We have principals that are doing that, right? And so I just want to acknowledge the work that's happening to make sure our kids get to and from school. I'm gonna switch from transportation now. I have questions just around the vacancy data, and this will be a follow-up, Dr. Lassane. I appreciate seeing it kind of broken down in the different high needs positions, and I'm curious if we're looking at it too by school. And my real question around that is like, do we have any schools that don't have insert category teacher, right? So a whole school that might not have an EC teacher or this teacher. And so just wondering if we can have some follow-up, either the data or just here's a list of schools and kind of positions they're missing. It might just be helpful to think about targeting recruitment efforts.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we do track that data, just so you know. So
Okay,
that's-
great. I'd be curious to know if we have any schools that have any of those kind of gaps. And then just a kudos to, again, to our child nutrition team. I've heard from lots of families who love in lunch, and breakfast, and glad that they don't have to pack lunch for their kids, but also appreciative of healthy and and culturally responsive options. I know it was mentioned in our public comment that that's taken additional work. We have kitchen that's not working. And that again makes me wonder, I don't know anything about how child nutrition, I know there's a lot of federal guidelines with that work, but are there other partnerships with other kitchens in our community that could help support some of those schools that we have that have those needs while we're trying to figure out how to make it all work? So thank you to everyone. I know it's been a challenging year. A lot of the folks who we're talking about are also folks who are impacted by our classified salary study. And they're still working tirelessly every day to make sure our kids have what they need. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, can you come back up? I got more questions about transportation. If that's okay, or you can send somebody else. My first question would be students on tardy buses. How are they accessing breakfast? And is there like information that's going out so that those students are able to access those meals once they arrive at school?
I'll
It's
ask.
okay if that's a no.
Well, I think the question was for school nutrition, correct?
Sure. School nutrition can answer if they have the answer.
Okay.
Whoever has the answer.
Thank you.
For school nutrition, we want every child to have the opportunity to have breakfast, and we offer breakfast at every school up until the point we start serving lunch. There are no federal regulations that stop us from doing that. Some of the barriers we find that some principals, when the kids get there, they want them to go right to class. They don't want them to go get a meal, but we offer the meals anytime any kid wants to come in for one. But maybe part of the communication message that goes out needs to say that students are still welcome to have a meal. That may be part of what we need to address.
Colleagues, are y'all interested in students continuing to get breakfast when they arrive? And some language going out about that?
Are you recognizing me?
Mr. Tapp, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I would just be cautious of saying what the principals would want at this point without having that letting them have that conversation. Because there are a lot of other factors with that, with students knowing once they can go in the cafeteria at any time, then they'll start getting to school at a certain time and then go to the cafeteria and then start getting the first period class late. So I would just kind of pause on that and give way to how the principals or the administration would think is best for that.
Yeah. Go ahead. Would love to hear what that plan is, whatever it is, whatever principals are doing and how students can access that. Some of the feedback that I've heard from community is that the folks that are most delayed are typically the students that would have been eligible for free or reduced lunch in the first place. So we want to make sure that they aren't going hungry in some ways, in some instances. To the same point, what are we doing in the afternoons for students who are waiting for buses? I know they come as late as 4:30 for middle schools that dismiss at 3:20. Have we thought about any innovative ideas or creative ways to make sure that those students are supervised if they have access to something nutritious to sustain them for maybe an hour-long bus ride? And any academic support that might be available, because I know when my kid gets on a 4:30 bus, arrives home at 5:30, that means we're doing homework later. And that impacts student achievement, student outcomes, and the experiences of families. I just want to know if we've thought through some of the things that could help offset the delays in the afternoon. And then I appreciate you sharing the 10% of buses not running. I guess that's up compared to the first week of school or so. I mean, I guess my question is on September 13th, we got an email that 17 bus drivers had left before traditional schools had started. And can you speak to, were there exit interviews done as to why those folks left, or has there been any questioning about that?
We can certainly defer that question to administration on exit interviews. We have an entire team that is focusing on, let me pause that for a moment. Dr. Lewis?
I think there are exit interviews that are done by all employees, but I think it's optional if they survey. It's a survey, but it's contingent upon if they complete the survey.
Okay. And I know that those folks are like going out and talking to people that they know that also drive buses. So I want to make sure that we have an understanding of what those experiences are. And can kind of adjust based on that. But in terms of outreach avenues, you spoke to some of that. If you had to give a 30-second pitch right now to come work as a DPS bus driver, what would that be?
There
I
is
mean, we're a great place to work, right?
we are. The only pathway out of poverty goes by the schoolhouse door. We have some of the finest educators in America. We have an administration and a board that is compassionate and loves its children. And we need qualified professionals that are going to show up with a smile when they open that bus door and make it possible for that child to become whomever they may dream. And there is no more rewarding work, certainly in this country, if not the world. And it is a special person that's going to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot, but yeah, I hope that messages like that are getting out in community.
Ms. Byer.
So we've talked a lot about transportation, and I just want to extend gratitude to you, Ms. Fulmer, and Director Harris for the heart and professionalism and care that you all show daily for our students, but also for our families. And I know sometimes our families and their frustrations have come through the phone and through the computer screen at you all, as we all struggle with this wicked problem. So I don't have answers, but I think like my colleagues, we stand ready to help. Tell us kind of quicker solutions and longer term ways that we can help. And y'all have thought of so much already. Y'all have done such efficiency. I think sometimes maybe we should message the job opportunity weekly. And it hurts my heart when our parents get insulted that we're putting that in part of our reply, like consider, coming to work for us or sharing this with your network. But that's where it's going to be solved is people and continued efficiencies and just complex kind of Durham folks coming together to wrap around our children. But thank you for the ways that you continue to do that daily and do it with care. I do think, Mr. Palmer, that the messages that people receive that are confusing on Edgelog, there was sometimes are not helping but hurting in the notion of how that's working for families. So ways that we can change folks, inform them better about their settings, and ways that Edgelog can be a better tool. That's it. It's late, but if it helps to have board members come and listen to drivers and see what's working and what's not. I mean, if it helps to have a focus group and with parents and we feed people breakfast, like let us know what ways we can help as y'all continue to prioritize what is probably the most wicked national problem. Yeah.
You have one thing. We called our workforce development program Love the Bus 100. And it wasn't just about 100 people. It was about a community love of the bus driver. Imagine being a bus driver and pulling into a neighborhood and there's signs and food for you. Or pulling into the school and the administration has the time to come out and we're all together. I say that because the bus is the extension of the schoolhouse door. And the more that that position is perceived with dignity and respect that it deserves, the more that people will see it for what it truly is. But it starts with all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Colleagues, any other thoughts or questions?
I did want to, even though Mr. Palmer didn't mention it, but the Edgelog folks were just not here just to sit in a meeting with us. They had staff that was touching just about every machine and looking to ensure that each machine was working. Additionally, we learned more about GPS concerns there and added that as a part of, or we'll be adding that as a part of the safety inspection that bus drivers do before they get on the bus to ensure that the GPSs are working. The bigger issue is indeed workforce. And so we did talk a little bit about some strategies or potential things that we're looking at to recruit and retain. I often say the new recruitment is retention. So what are we doing to retain our bus drivers? In addition to our bus drivers sharing concerns with the staff, I'm going out soon, I have to look at my calendar, to meet with all bus drivers just to listen and see what else we can do for our bus drivers. But some of the things that we talked about, there's a $250 fee that bus drivers have to pay for, and I can't remember what it was for. And so we had some conversations about waiving that. And the team shared, well, we don't want to waive it on the front end because they'll get the CDL and then go drive for someone else. Right. And so thinking about ways that we can reimburse maybe after a semester, after 6 months, that $250. Thinking about, we have some staff that drive buses and, for example, work in the cafeteria. Well, they may receive one rate for driving a bus and another rate for a cafeteria. So trying to see how we can pay for, maintain that higher rate for the entire day. And our HR department is looking, and finance is looking at the numbers there to see. So we may come back with an ask there for that. We talked about other barriers to hiring bus drivers, and childcare came up. And so we had some conversations and had experience in a previous district of hiring staff where childcare was a barrier and offering free childcare for example, those bus drivers. So if there's a bus driver that, or someone that's at home said, I would love to go drive a bus, but I don't have anywhere to take my 3-year-old. Well, if we have another classroom outfitted with it, can drop the kid off there and then go drive the bus. Sign-on bonus or incentives. I know Joe Harris was telling me about some vans that they purchased through Mackenzie Scott. Seeing how those work, do we need to purchase more vans as well? And then identifying maybe other transportation service providers that may assist us as well. But those are some of the things that we are currently exploring, and definitely if there's a budget implication, we will come back and I believe our board will say yes to that, depending on the budget. But please know that we're not just sitting around and always say hope is not a strategy. We're not hoping that someone signs up to drive a bus, but really thinking proactively and creatively and some out-of-the-box ways of recruiting and retaining our bus drivers.
Yes, Ms. Harold Goff and then Ms. Umstead.
Just a quick note. That 30-second pitch that you just gave, if there's a way to capture that and send that to comms, no, can they take that little 30 seconds, send it to comms and do some cool visuals with it and put it out, some sort of DPS montage. It was beautiful.
Engaging would be good. I can.
I'm being very serious though. I think that would be if that's something that's within our capacity for them to take that was beautiful. That's something that we can use.
All right, one more, or two more things maybe. As you're talking about that, Ms. Harold Goff, maybe just think about like, we have a lot of students at NCCU and at Duke who are looking at marketing and can create reels and TikToks and all kinds of things faster than we, I shouldn't say we, I can't speak for y'all, but I can for sure. And I'm wondering how we can employ some of those to help with some of the marketing campaigns. But the other thing I just haven't heard us mention, and I think it does feel immediate need, as staff are in the field driving buses, that means that no one is in the staff room answering phone calls and that kind of thing. And I just wonder if there's an immediate need there to support, have some folks answering the phones, taking calls, doing some of that work while it's all hands on deck. Because that feels like a more immediate one that might be something that we could solve.
We did have 2 weeks of contracted administrative support from a local temp agency that was answering phones, and Ms. Full would help me here, but resounding appreciation and a sigh of relief from our area manager staff who, to your point, are often emailing, calling, and trying to cover this route or that route because this person's out today. That stability where these are folks that don't have CDLs, right? So they cannot drive for us, but they can, and we're quickly onboarding with our systems, which are user-friendly, but do require about a 2-day onboarding window. And so to that point, that might be something that would help in the near term.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's budgetary things that come with that. And, please bring that to us. And I wonder if we also need to build that into the transportation budget in the future. And so we're just planning for, at the beginning of the year, we already got some temp folks who are here just because we know this might be we might need that support. So that's just my one thought, but I think that feels like another immediate need.
Ms. Byer.
Just wondering out loud for, I think Ms. Chavez, you're serving on a workforce housing local group, but I wonder if we do still have availability or the apartments that are self-help owned, is that? Yeah, do we still have that, Dr. Lansane, maybe as an option or that we could communicate to potential drivers and current drivers?
Yes.
Does our transportation staff think that folks are aware of that or even might be interested in that opportunity for housing?
During our roundtable, when we were discussing the needs for childcare, the cost of housing, we have folks that drive in from Randolph County to afford housing, or Mebane, or much further off. The median list price of a home in Durham, North Carolina is $440,000. When we were in Minnesota, I compared Bus drivers in Minnesota make $25 an hour. We make 19, and their home values were half of what ours are. So that's rent and purchase. Yep, that was a huge point that we came to.
No, I'm glad we still have that. And I don't know if we pushed it out this year to all of our employees. It might just be something else we need to continue to communicate. Because it is below market rate, right? Yeah.
Mr. Tab.
Just quickly, Mr. Palmer, there's the Retirement Association for Educators here in Durham. There may be another group I want to reach out to.
Okay. No other comments or questions? Okay. Well, cool. Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. Thank you all for working together on some innovative solutions to really challenging problems. We look forward to seeing some recommendations in the coming weeks or so for solving those short-term and long-term problems. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Rogers.
Make a motion that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Byer that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, we'll go into closed session. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair, I would like board to take action on the personnel report.
Move approval of the personnel report dated October 10th, 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's been approved. And with that, we are adjourned.